Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special city council meeting for February 24th, 2026. We have a quorum. If we could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment time for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each in order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views. Members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. In addition, in order to maintain decorum and ensure that no one's sight is obstructed, public commenters are reminded to not approach the dais.
At this time, the public in the council chamber are permitted to address the city council on items listed on tonight's special meeting agenda. I have one speaker, Danny.
Good evening, everyone, and glad to see you, Madam Vice Mayor. I hope you're feeling well. Yeah, well, once upon a time, I've done many things, but once upon a time, I was a project manager, and whenever we got into a stuck situation, coulda, woulda, shoulda, why? I always said, look, we can discuss coulda, woulda, shoulda, why, but it won't get us from where we are to where we need to be. Well, it looks like we're getting ready to be where we need to be. And I hope I'm a person of hearts and minds as opposed to facts and figures, as someone up there knows. And right now, my heart is hoping that the tape exonerates. I hope so. But even if that's a fact, the hearts and minds, it's an uphill battle. And that's why I've been coming here and trying to explain how politics here works. And I mean, not the Brentwood politics, the usual shenanigans. I'm talking about just how the city runs, what you guys can and can't do, what you guys know and don't know. Because the coming weeks, it's going to be all about hearts and minds. And honestly, my heart is saying that you can have a school load of buses of nurses and nuns witness the entire event. And it's not really going to sway anybody. Personally, I think it has to do with whatever advice and counsel you guys are getting. For the life of me, I just don't get it. I understand being stoic. I understand not overplaying your hand. And I also understand what you can and can't say. But it is, when this thing is released, I hope that whoever is giving you this guidance is giving you something to play towards hearts and minds, because facts and figures, hey, you've seen the crowds, you'll see them tonight. So best of luck.
I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved. Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
We are in recess to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We are back from closed session. There is nothing to report, and I'm looking for a motion to adjourn closed session.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned from closed session. Moving into our regular city council meeting. We have a quorum, so let's begin. If we could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orleman,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With the council's agreement, I'd like to move up the presentations of proclamations, item F2 and F3. Is there any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay. I'd also like to move informational reports to just before future agenda items. And I'd like to move item H5 to earlier in the agenda. I don't know if there's any recommendation for a place that should go. If anything needs to happen earlier.
Legally speaking, no. You do
Okay.
have one public hearing item. There's no requirement that that public hearing item be heard before H5, so you are free to move it up as you like.
Okay. Before H1. Yep, we'll do it in between the public hearings and the business. So after G1. No? We're also going to move H2. Yes, it is H2. So we will have public hearing, and then we will move H5 and H2 after that. Everybody clear? Okay, thank you. So moving into proclamations, I would like to first invite, do we have a preference on, is Red Cross here? Do we know? Red Cross, okay, there we are. So we're going to recognize the Red Cross, and we're also going to recognize a couple of restaurants or residents, whichever you prefer, for African American Heritage Month. If you'd like to meet us by the podium, that would be great. Thank you. We will start with Red Cross Month. You ready? Okay. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, when we recognize the compassion of people in Brentwood and renew our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. And whereas American Red Cross volunteers have stepped up to deliver relief and care across our country and around the world, bringing out the best of humanity in times of crisis, as Clara Barton, founder of the American Red Cross, did over 140 years ago. And whereas Contra Costa County residents donated 18,299 units of life-saving blood, hosted 530 blood drives, and trained 12,164 citizens in first aid, CPR, AED, and aquatics, and provided 463 case services to military members and their families, and provided humanitarian aid internationally. And whereas the work to uplift our community is made possible by those who selflessly answer this call to help, whenever and wherever it is needed, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in the City of Brentwood, and encourages all residents of Brentwood to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. Dated this 24th day of February 2026. Congratulations. Who would like to speak?
Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. I'd just like to give some statistics about Brentwood and what we were able to do in Brentwood during the year 2025. There were 3 residential fires in 2025. We opened 5 cases for those fires, served 13 clients, and provided comfort kits and hygiene items and financial assistance for them. And once we do that, what happens is the fire department dispatches the Red Cross. We have a team of disaster action workers that are on call 24/7. They're dispatched by the fire department. They come out whatever time, day or night, and open a case for them. And then within 24 to 48 hours after that, we have a recovery team. That's my team. I lead that team. And we reach out to them just to continue with their recovery, whatever needs they have that we can offer, community resources, sometimes additional money, that sort of thing. And so we are there to help anytime something happens like that. We also went to 2 elementary schools and taught 218 first grade students home fire and earthquake safety. It's called the Prepare with Pedro. He's a penguin. And it's a great program, and it teaches the young kids about fire and earthquake safety. Sound the Alarm is our program about installing smoke alarms. We install the 10-year smoke alarms free to anyone who wants them. We usually have 2 events each year, big events where we go to maybe a mobile home park where there's lots of people who probably need smoke alarms, and we do that. But also we have teams that are available to go out to anyone who requests them. I do have some cards if anybody's available on how to, anybody's interested on how to contact us. Can I just leave them there? And you just give us a call and we will set up an appointment to come and install those alarms for you. We want everybody to be safe in their home. And then a couple more things. Community events. We went to the Thorpe Design Safety Fair, and we're at a table there to talk about Red Cross, and we also taught hands-only CPR. And also we did a presentation to a group of seniors and taught Be Red Cross Ready. And then the final thing I'd like to say is blood drives. Well, you talked about a lot of them, but I think Brentwood alone held 31 mobile blood drives, and that's great. And just so you know that how valuable that blood is, 1 unit of blood has the potential to save 3 lives. So it's a great thing to have blood drives and to have people come and give blood. So thank you so much for allowing us to be here tonight.
We will leave these cards up by the city clerk's seat so that if anyone is interested in grabbing one, they can do that. And we'd love to have a picture. Would you like to be in it too? No, I'm the And at this point, we're going to bring up Sarah and Medina. Thank you for joining us tonight. We do have 2. Okay. Sarah and Medina are the owners of Artisan Peacock, for those that don't know. And if you haven't been there, you should go. It's at the streets. Whereas the African-American community enriches the cultural, economic, and civic life of communities across the United States with deep traditions, family values, and contributions that strengthen the fabric of American society. And whereas African-American African American Heritage Month provides an opportunity to celebrate the heritage, history, and cultural legacy of Afghan Americans, honoring the stories of resilience, creativity, and community that have shaped the Bay Area, from those who have long been a part of our communities to newcomers seeking hope and opportunity. And whereas this observance often coincides with Nowruz, the Afghan New Year, and celebration of spring, symbolizing renewal, hope, and the enduring spirit of Afghan cultural traditions that continue to flourish in families, arts, cuisine, and community life. And whereas the city of Brentwood values the diversity of all of its residents and recognizes that celebrating African American Heritage Month strengthens our sense of shared identity, encourages cross-cultural understanding, and affirms our collective commitment to inclusion, respect, and opportunity for all. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes March 2026 as African American Heritage Month in the City of Brentwood and invites all residents, organizations, schools, and businesses to join in honoring the rich cultural heritage and lasting contributions of Afghan Americans. Dated this 24th day of February, 2026. Which of you would like to speak? They're sisters, by the way.
Thank you. Hello. I wasn't really prepared for a speech this evening, but first of all, thank you to each and every one of you, and recognizing Afghan American heritage for the month of March. Sarah, my sister, and I, our story started 46 years ago when our parents immigrated to Denver, Colorado. This was because of the war that had happened in Afghanistan. And we've lived here and grown up here all our lives since then. As proud as we are to be here this evening, it's also very near and dear to us because I don't think it has ever been recognized. It's something that we've always just kind of carried within our hearts, within our souls, in every step that we did, but it was never publicly recognized. So this is very important to us. So I thank you, each and every one of you. And we appreciate Brentwood and bringing the diversity, the awareness, so it means a lot to us. So thank you so much. And I know our late father would be very proud. I wished he was here tonight to see this because he would have been very proud, but I'm sure he's here in spirit. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Councilmember Maloney would like to say something too.
Sarah and Medina, I just want to thank you for the welcoming space you have basically opened up in the city of Brentwood. Most of you know I'm from an Arabic background, so you are my cousins. And I just want to tell you, with the Afghan community, you guys have gone through so much resilience, so much pain, and so much strength and overcoming of anything that came in your way. So you being here is a testament to what that brings to our community. And I want to thank you. You resemble all that just within the artisan peacock that you have. You bring all the local vendors together. You bring local artists together. You try to bring this connectivity to our community, and I just love that about you. So recognizing it is not just for Afghan Heritage Month, but it's also for you too, for everything that you do for our community. Thank you.
And I thank one of you for also being my neighbor. So we have two H5s in our agenda, so I have to clarify. I would actually like to move both H5s to following the public hearing. We can do H2 first and then both H5s. Is that clear enough? Okay, great, thank you. So moving into public comments. The public comment time for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. In addition, in order to maintain decorum and ensure that no one's sight is obstructed, public commenters are reminded to not approach the dais. Thank you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. The first speaker I have is Megan.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer, fellow council members and staff. I just want to thank you for letting the Youth Commission to present some brief remarks regarding our work. I am Commissioner Megan Dowdy, and I'm with.
Hello, I'm Commissioner Sahil Narula, and we are commissioners on the Brentwood Youth Commission as previously discussed. And now let's delve deeper into what we're doing.
So right now, the Youth Commission is prioritizing new recreational events tailored for our youth and fundraisers to keep the Commission's coffer going. New events that are now being worked on are
a career fair for older youth, which should be taking place around March 31st, which intends to feature large amounts of businesses and mentors local to our great city of Brentwood, along with a completely unrelated STEM fair that should be taking place on May 7th, which is intended for a more younger audience with hands-on activities in store.
And a large amount of space for potential exhibitors. Along with this, we just launched the Youth Commission Civic Essay competition on January 8th, which will serve as another smaller scholarship opportunity for the youth that we will be handing out.
And this can be accessed through the Spring Activities Guide registration page. This competition will serve as a way to foster youth engagement and allow us to give back to the community.
And receive some much needed funds, as there is an entry fee, a small entry fee, and we also plan to open up applications for term limited seats for the Youth Commission online in the upcoming next couple months. And finally, we would just like to give a big thank you to all of you guys and Madam Mayor and the whole City Council for allowing the Commission to exist.
And supporting our initiatives all these years. Thank you again, City Council members.
And now with that, thank you, City Council staff, City Council, Mayor, and we yield the floor. Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny.
Good evening again. Actually, I think I can do this. Please give it up for these kids. It's my day.
I'll allow it.
It's my time. Gee. Nah, especially our future mayor, 2032. He knows who he is. I'm voting for him right now. In all seriousness, I want to thank our city manager, both for the clarity of our garbage situation, how we're going to pick it up, and I'm saying that jokingly. But more importantly, about the last time we were here with Dot, that could have just gone under the rug. That was one of those, if our city manager did not bring it up, it would have flown under the radar. And next thing you know, we'd have little machines flying up and down the street. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, look at the last meeting. But I appreciate you, and I appreciate you telling us what it is that you expect from the people who report to you. And I know that there are those who had reservations, And I was like, well, let's give the new guy a chance. And, hey, dude, I thank you. I really do. And lastly, going back to these kids, they are what remind me of what's good about Brentwood. When I call some of you, I usually ask the first question, how are your kids and or grandkids? Because the kids are extremely important to me. I look at these kids, I listen to these kids, and their enthusiasm and their innocence, really, because they come here, they're smiling, they really don't know what's ahead of them, so shh. But that's what this town is all about, and that's why I fight for this town. I'll call anyone on the carpet, and because this city has been great to me, it's been great to my family, so thank you all.
The next speaker is Doretta.
Would you like us to bring a microphone to you?
Hi, my name is Doretta. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm here tonight because I am experiencing a situation. So my character has seemed to, someone's trying to diminish my character. But I'm here tonight to tell you who I am. I am a resident here in Brentwood. I'm disabled, 71 years old. I've always been a law-abiding citizen here. I retired from AT&T after 25 years service. My medical has been compromised. I also completed my bachelor's degree age 65 in 2020. I have an associate arts degree in psychology, and I've used that to volunteer over at Shepherd's Gate. And I'm kind of here tonight because I want to stand. I know I'm not the only one that has gone through this situation, but I wanted to just stand and for you guys to acknowledge who I am. I'm not someone who would try to break the law here. I have 2 grandkids. I've helped the parents raise them. One graduated from college. The other one is getting ready to go into nursing. I wrote Vice Mayor an email. My girlfriend had helped me to draft it. The next day after I got up and I looked at it, and someone had hacked my computer, and it had all kind of grammatical errors. When I graduated from Cal State Hayward, the only way that I got my degree was that I take a writing efficiency test. So when I submitted the email, my girlfriend and I both went over it. But I've had a lot of problems with my benefits from AT&T after retirement. My phone has been hacked and malware used. And I know that I'm not the only one here. And my question is, how can the city of Brentwood help people like me get through this situation where someone is trying to diminish my character and to steal the items that I've worked for through the years? I failed to mention that I also worked at Tracy Unified School District for a while. So I've tried to be a good citizen. I've tried to help people. And I think it's difficult when someone tries to paint you out to be someone that you're not. So I'm here today. I reached out to try to get help, but I haven't. And so I have to take some other steps.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate for you to speak with our police department to lodge a complaint. I'm not entirely clear what the situation is, but maybe staff can follow up just to see if there is a way that the city can support you. Okay.
Maybe, Mayor, if somebody from staff can arrange a meeting with her, you don't have to email or call anyone. Maybe we could give her our address to the police department. She could meet with someone to help to see what's been scammed and whatnot.
Thank you.
The next speaker did not write their name on the card, just today's date.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and all the support staff, thank you for your efforts to lead our city. Yesterday afternoon, there was a Debbie meeting at 4 p.m., which I attended. I spoke at that meeting and just wanted to repeat the items that I addressed. I would like to see the Debbie committee disbanded. I would like to see the city immediately cease using taxpayer money to pay for Dr. Matthew Whitaker of Diamond Strategies. I would like to see the city eliminate the Race Equity Action Plan, REAP, that tries to that tries to increase diversity. People who interview and work for the city of Brentwood should be hired according to their merit, not their race. If there is a race that has more representation in the city that exceeds the current demographics percentages of our city, what does that matter? By working for the city, we, the citizens who you serve as our elected representatives, assume you are hiring the most qualified people regardless of their race. I fear that if this policy is pursued, the city will open itself up to future lawsuits of discrimination, which will divert our tax dollars from making our city materially better to pay for legal fees. I'd like to see the city maintain a simple flag policy that ensures that the American, state, and city flags are visible from the street and that no other flags are raised. I would request that the city, that for city-sponsored and organized cultural events, that they do not include a Juneteenth celebration and no pride parade or celebration. I would like to see the land acknowledgement removed from being required to be recited before every official sitting meeting. Was very pleased to see that the city has not yet implemented this ritual and currently just does the Pledge of Allegiance to open meetings. So that's good. And then yesterday, the Debbie Committee approved a policy regarding discrimination, harassment, and retaliation to be brought to the City Council. I request that all of you City Council members please review this carefully, the document. The language seeks to be both very detailed while also being wide open to include undefined actions with phrases like, but not limited to. I also wanted to bring your attention that the language of the policy allows third-party individuals who have had no direct knowledge of an alleged incident. It allows them to bring a complaint against someone. This cannot be allowed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sue.
Hello.
Sue, can you please move the mic down? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Ooh, I didn't know this one up and down.
You could press that black button down too if you want to bring it the other way. There you go.
Okay, that's enough. Anyway, after seeing tonight's agenda, I decided to speak. And while I'm not here to speak specifically on item H6, I did read the informational traffic report on Central and Lone Oak. I'm wondering when and how we're going to take the traffic problem seriously and find some solutions. We have a traffic crisis in Brentwood. The report included a list of about 20 requests and engineering actions. A few were solved, some with lane painting, stop signs, lane striping, beacons, discussions around speed bumps.
Sue, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I should have done this earlier. That's an agenda item.
I know, I'm not talking about that, though. I'm just saying that
Okay.
it was in the report, and that's all
Got
I'm
it. Okay.
highlighting. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And the traffic light that there was no funding for. So other than that, I'm on to the broader picture. It is obvious that cut-through traffic, circulation issues are only getting worse. A lot of causes for it, poor planning, high occupancy buildings in the wrong locations, too many houses, too many cars, school attendance areas, parents not following rules, and pickup and drop-off issues at elementary schools, and some politics. We have a big wave of problem coming with the new houses in critical areas, including hundreds of new houses with Bridlegate and the Sand Creek, Hydorn area, plus others in the works. And the County Service Center, which will add 400 cars potentially. Harold, I did send you an email last week. When you were coming on board, you said that your approach to city issues is a collaborative approach, and I agree. These are not easy issues to solve, but there are ways. Other cities have come up with innovative ideas. Residents have come up with ideas. We have to be open to thinking out of the box, looking for some best practices and collaboration with other city agencies, planners, school districts, and the residents. I would like to propose a traffic task force with all of those kinds of groups included, to measure the impacts to the traveling public, police resources for enforcement if needed, and impacts to the rest of the traffic circulation network. I think right now we've been approaching it in a kind of a patchwork solution. The schools obviously have not been that involved in it. There's just, and I really think we just need to focus. You guys are focused on so many things that I think traffic is deservingly a big issue to be prioritized. And I'm looking at you because maybe you'll put that together since you mentioned it in your campaigning for your job. But
and if staff could follow up with Ms. Harper, that would be great. Thank you.
Last speaker I have is Melissa.
Got a lot of diversity and height here. It's got to be pretty easy as a white man to stand up here and say eliminate Debbie committees. I don't know, I'm not a white man. I'm a queer white woman who stands up and uses my voice for people who don't. But just as an FYI, in the United States, according to the Department of Labor, women make up 47% of the labor force, yet only earn 76 cents on the dollar. Black workers make 76 on the dollar compared to white coworkers' dollar. Hispanic and Latino workers make 73 cents on the white dollar. This is why we have DEI committees. That's not even getting into the disabled community, which I also represent as a neurodivergent person, and the challenges that we face. This is why diversity and Debbie committees are important. I wasn't gonna speak tonight. I was gonna sit back there quietly and knit, but I am sick and tired of people telling us that diversity isn't needed. Diversity is what makes our country great. Diversity is what makes our city great. Diversity is what makes our day-to-day lives great. And as somebody who has seen firsthand how diversity shapes us for the better, I know how important it is that we continue to celebrate the many cultures, backgrounds, identities, and experiences that make up the fabric of Brentwood. It's not just something we acknowledge, it's something we live every single day. It's in our schools, our neighborhoods, our places of worship, our businesses, and right here in this very room. We have probably the best attended Juneteenth celebration in East County, maybe all of Contra Costa County, and I am proud of it. I have been every year since it started, and I can't wait for the day that my queer siblings are represented in a pride parade and celebration, because we deserve to be celebrated, because we have been downtrodden for long enough. I'm tired of it. And so you can prop yourself up with your scriptures or whatever you want, but that is not what Jesus intended. Call yourself a Christian all day long, but if you're up here using the Bible to hate on people, who even are you? Diversity has always meant more than a difference. It's about connection. It's about listening to one another's stories, recognizing each other's struggles and triumphs, and building a city where everyone feels they belong. In Brentwood, I see those values in action despite what people have to say, in community events, in inclusive policies, and in the genuine effort to create space for all voices. So if my tax dollars are going to anything, I want them to go to a Debbie committee, because that's what makes us great. Thank you.
And one additional speaker, Laura.
Good evening. Well, to the gentleman, and I use that term loosely, who goes and is known only by a date, not a name, and who spoke at the Debbie meeting. Well, I will defend everyone to have their own beliefs and point of view. I can't help but wonder why you feel so threatened by people who don't look like a mirror image of yourself.
I have no additional speakers.
Can you please clarify the process for people that are raising their hands?
Of course, at previous meetings, we have had council members participating remotely via Zoom. And with council members participating remotely, we have had to allow the remote participation for public comments. However, we do have all council members present in the council chamber this evening, so we would not be taking the public comment for general public comments at this time.
Thank you, but for agenda items, comments are still welcome via Zoom.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Moving into the consent calendar. Do we have?
Oh,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, unless anyone wants to pull anything, I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition. Consent calendar moves forward. So to introduce public hearing, Sarah Euler, Associate Planner, will present a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Hi, yes. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Before you tonight is what is now becoming your yearly ADU and JADU update to amend the city's municipal code section 17.715 to comply with the latest state legislation. As you know, the government code restricts the scope of regulation and approval process that local jurisdictions may impose on ADUs and JADUs. And requires the city ordinance to be updated to comply with each round of the most recent legislation. The last amendment to the ADU ordinance took place in January of 2025. Many of the changes this round are more cleanup and clarification items. However, I'll go through them more on the next few slides. A red line version of the current ADU ordinance is attached to your packet tonight for you to be able to track the changes that are occurring. SB 543 became effective in January of this year and codifies many of the State Housing and Community Development Department, also known as HCD, guidelines. This legislation clarifies the city's review timeline for determination of a complete application to 15 days from the date of the submittal and provides an appeal process for incomplete application submittal determinations. Currently, cities are required to submit their ADU ordinance to HCD for review and approval. This law adds that that failure to submit a copy to HCD or failure to respond to their review comments will now result in an ordinance that is null and void. The law also clarifies the definitions of allowable square footage to specify that it is based on the interior livable space. Additional clarification was made to clarify the quantity of JADUs and ADUs allowed on a property. The law clarified that utility connection requirements, impact fees, and capacity charges cannot be applied to JADUs, which is consistent with the current requirements for ADUs. Lastly, the law exempts JADUs that are less than 500 square feet from school district fees and clarifies that fire sprinklers cannot be required for JADUs if the main house is not sprinklered. Next, we have AB 1154, which also became effective on January 1st of 2026. The law revises the owner occupancy requirements for JADUs to now only apply when a JADU shares sanitation facilities with the main home. This law also prohibits JADUs from being rented for less than 30 days. In addition to the state legislative update, there were a few minor clarifications that were made to the ordinance to ensure compliance with state legislation. One cleanup clarified that the review period for pre-approved ADUs is specific to detached ADUs only. The other clarification was that the existing law prohibits local agencies from establishing size requirements for ADUs based on the percentage of the primary dwelling unit. Clarifying language was added to ensure that at least 800 square feet of an attached ADU may be allowed even if it exceeds 50% of the square footage of the main home. So given that the city's ordinance is required to comply with state legislation, staff recommends that the City Council adopt an ordinance approving the zoning text amendment RZ 25-004 to amend the Brentwood Municipal Code Section 17.715 for ADUs and JADUs in compliance with the state planning law. I'm available for any questions at this point. We also have Erin from our outside legal law firm that can help us as well. She's on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a question. Parking's becoming an issue, and JADUs take up more parking, and I know they require parking. How do you calculate the parking for a house, for an ADU? Like, is there like a minimum number that's required, or how do we do that?
Sure. So main homes now, when we approve them for new construction, they're required to have a minimum of a 2-car garage for the main home. ADUs are required to have parking, but it's allowed within the driveway space, and it's just one required parking space. There are instances, for instance, like how close proximity you are to public transit and things like that, that you can reduce or waive the parking requirement. But there's different situations where that could occur. But typically it's just one space and it's allowed within the driveway for an ADU. So we're not typically looking at any, I guess, additional parking being added because they can typically use their driveway space.
What if you have already 4 cars in a house and you add an ADU? How do you account for that? And the congestion of parking on the street?
Yeah, so our code doesn't address like the number of cars or anything to that capacity. We just have the requirement for 2 parking spaces within an enclosed space. So there are circumstances where people may have more cars than the 2 spaces in the garage. In that case, you have the driveway as well. Typically, you're only adding an additional 1 person or so if you have an ADU, so that other space could be accommodated for in the driveway. But we don't specifically have number of car requirements.
And so now that you can turn your garage into an ADU or JADU, how do you account for that?
So that was one thing that we have required still, is that replacement parking for specifically for JADUs. We can't require it for ADUs because that's written into state law that we can't require the replacement parking, but we have pushed back with HCD and are still requiring it for JADUs. Okay. So when someone converts their garage into a JADU, that's when we can still require replacement covered parking.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And can I ask a question just to, so based on the JADU, for example, if they're not able to produce that parking replacement, is the city allowed to deny that, or how does that work?
At this time, we have been processing applications where we require that they replace that parking specifically for JADUs. ADUs, we can't require that. But yes, we could deny the application on that behalf.
Thank you.
Harold?
I just want the director to just kind of quickly clarify that I think the staff indicated that the JADU question was answered, but really what we're focusing in on is the primary home, right? So the parking for the primary home is what we're enforcing, not the JADU. So they're adding the JADU, but they're taking up the primary home's parking space. And that's, Alexis, do you want to just clarify that, please?
Yeah, sorry if that wasn't clear. So we are of the opinion that we can require, if they, let's say, do a garage conversion and they lose the parking that's required for the main home, those 2 spaces that Sarah referenced, that we can require them to replace the parking for the main home. Right, so it's not related to the it's not us requiring parking for the ADU itself, it's us requiring that they replace the parking that's required for the main home that they lost. And also just to clarify, we don't have any regulations on the number of cars a home can have, own, or lease. All we can regulate is the number of parking spaces that we require.
Yeah, I don't think we can regulate that, but I almost think like the state needs a matrix of like if a house is 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, ADUs, because we are seeing our streets get full and it's getting a little chaotic out there. Thank you.
Do HOAs have any say in this as far as the parking?
As far as parking is concerned, I mean, HOAs still have to allow for ADUs and JADUs per state legislation. So as far as parking is concerned, they shouldn't be able to have purview, but they may be stricter than our city's requirements, but we can't enforce that.
Okay. Also, so we have an ordinance against short-term rentals, but JADUs cannot be used for short-term rentals, but regular ADUs can? No.
Neither can. This is just clarification that the JADUs as well cannot be used as short-term rentals.
Great. And the part that was talking about no requirement to meet our design standards, can you get into that a little bit more?
Sure. Are you referring to the state exempt ADUs?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so state exempt ADUs are, they have to fall under certain requirements. And if they do, it's under 800 square feet. They have to meet setbacks, things like that. But if they comply with the state's prescribed requirements, then we cannot require them to comply with objective design standards, and the state can't as well. So they're basically allowed almost anywhere on the lot if they're within the 800 square feet. They don't need to match the design of the home, the roof pitch, the tile materials of the roofing. None of that we can enforce at this time.
So outside of square footage and the 4-foot setback, we don't have a lot to say.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this evening's meeting. I have not received any speaker cards in person, and I do not have any hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Any council discussion or a motion?
The only thing I would say is, we're being forced to do this, so anyone can put anything, and it's awful in some cases, like they're putting awful looking ADUs and JADUs, but it's important that you reach out to your state legislators. So Ana Marie Avila Farias is having a housing town hall, and this is what she says. Join Assemblywoman Avila Farias for an interactive forum to help shape the future of housing in District 15. Share your feedback on housing legislation and policy priorities through live polling and group discussion. So this is Thursday, March 12th from 7 to 9 in the Martinez City Hall. But also email her about housing, because if she doesn't hear that we're not happy with these laws that are not making our city better, then she's going to keep doing it. So until we tell her to vote no, there's no reason for her not to vote yes.
Thank you. And I think the other thing that should be mentioned is that this does stretch staff's capacity even further, as they have to readjust. Every time there's new legislation coming in the door, we have to readjust the way we process planning within the city. So I'd like to apologize to staff, not on my behalf, but on the state's behalf. Thank you for what you do. Do we have a motion on this item? Or another comment? Oh, motion?
I'll make the motion.
Through the mayor, did we close the public hearing?
I thought I did, but maybe I did not. No, I think you're right, I didn't. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now can we have a regular motion on the item?
Yes. As set forth in the staff report, I move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance approving a zone text amendment to amend section 17.715 of the Brentwood Municipal Code for ADUs and JADUs in compliance with recent changes to state law.
And the ordinance title is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a zoning text amendment, RZ 25-004, to amend section 17.715 of the Brentwood Municipal Code, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in compliance with changes to state legislation, and to implement Chapter 13, Division 1, Title 7 of the Government Code and Section 65852.21 of the Government Code.
Thank you. All in favor of this? Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion passes. Thank you. Moving into item H2. Sakari Bashirs, Director of Human Resources, will present an item regarding the appointment of Thomas Lloyd Smith as interim city attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item before you tonight is a consideration for an agreement between the City of Brentwood and the Redwood Public Law to appoint Thomas Lloyd Smith of the public law firm to an interim city attorney. The City Council selected Peckham and McKinney to handle the executive recruitment for the upcoming vacancy for the city attorney. While that recruitment is underway, it's a good idea or good for us to move forward with appointing an interim city attorney. So our current city attorney's last day is March 7th. And while that, until the city actually appoints a city attorney and the employment commences, it's important for us to have a city attorney to provide legal services to the city. This agreement outlines the terms and the conditions between the law firm and the city of Brentwood and how Thomas Lloyd Smith will be providing services to the city of Brentwood. Staff is available to answer any questions along with Thomas, and we also have another individual here from the firm of Brentwood Public Law.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions for staff? I actually do, Sakari. My question is, the staff report says authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement between the City of Brentwood and the Redwood Public Law, but the letter itself has Harold's name on it for signature, so I just want to clarify how that works.
Yes, Katie, do you want to speak to that? We can make that correction on that. That was an oversight.
It's taking a minute to pull up. It certainly should have the mayor's signature line there. If it doesn't, then it can be corrected.
Yeah. I'm happy either way. I don't have a preference on who signs it. I just think if we're authorizing me, then it should be me signing it.
Yes, that's a clerical error. We can take care of that.
Okay, great, thank you. My other question is, we had a March 6th start date on this, and I wanted to just confirm that that's what Thomas felt good about. We were talking about, do we need any more overlap? Is one day sufficient? That kind of thing. Are you able to approach?
Would you like
Tim?
Tom?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can we all just first say welcome?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm available to start whenever you need me to start. And so if you need me to start earlier than that, I will do that. Yeah.
Do you have any preference on the amount of time you overlap with our current city attorney?
Well, I think at least a week of overlap would be good. I think she knows better than I do how much time we need to dedicate. But I would think at least a week. I'm willing to do more if you think that's necessary or beneficial.
And I'm more than happy to have a conversation with Mr. Smith about this. My only concern is that we really don't have a mechanism for having two city attorneys at one time.
Yeah.
So if you would be amenable to adding some language to the contract to just deal with that wrinkle so that there are
Absolutely.
no questions as to authority, I'm sure we could work it out. If that works for Mr. Smith, when the council makes the motion, perhaps you could add the ability of the staff to include language to recognize the authority during that period of overlap, and we'll take care of that on our end.
Great.
Authority stays with the existing city attorney, and essentially that'd be a ramp up period.
Okay. Any other questions for Thomas while he's here? And no other questions for staff either? Okay. Thank you very much. We will, at this point, move into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have not received any speaker cards in person, nor do I have any hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any council discussion or a motion?
I'm very excited. I'll make a motion.
And I want to second it.
Oh, yeah, make a motion to, do you want me to read it all right now? So council motion unless contrary amended, as set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution, Thomas Lloyd Smith of Redwood Public Law as interim city attorney and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement between the city of Brentwood and Redwood Public Law. There will be an amendment to the contract to reflect the signature line for the mayor, and we will add the ability for staff to include a language to define authority during the overlap time.
And I would like to second, unless there's a question.
Anything else?
And that overlap will be 1 week in duration as reflected in the contract.
Yes, 1 week.
And I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Welcome, and thank you,
welcome,
Thomas.
Thomas.
We're all very excited. We're going to move backward to item H5, which is, bear with me just a moment. The first H5 on the agenda. Oh, that's right. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Sorry about that. I think we can get started again, please. Thank you. We're reconvening after our break, and after speaking with staff, we're going to shift again because we like to keep everyone on their toes. We're actually going to go to item H1. Zakari Bashir's Director of Human Resources will present the next item regarding a joint exercise of powers agreement amongst the city and other public agency members.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. The item before you tonight is the consideration of the Municipal Pooling Authority amended and restated joint exercise of powers agreement. This agreement is the foundational document that outlines the Municipal Pooling Authority's powers as well as the organizational structure. Brentwood is one of 21 members of the Joint Powers Authority. And in order for a member to be a part of the Municipal Pooling Authority, each member's governing body has to approve this agreement. And this agreement provides Brentwood with access to self-insured coverage, such as liability, workers' comp, and vehicle physical damage insurance. We also have access to property, crime, cyber, and employee benefits. This agreement was last updated in 2005, and so tonight we have for your consideration and approval is this updated agreement. I want to let you know that this agreement went through several levels of review internally, so that included the MPA's Coverage and Governance Committee, the Executive Committee, and then lastly, the Board of Directors. So the review included updating the agreement to ensure that it aligns with MPA's governing documents as well as applicable laws. So this amendment was sent to the board and the Board of Directors approved it. And each member then went back to their respective jurisdictions and reviewed that along with their counsel. After that was complete, the members went, the legal counsel and MPA staff reviewed it again, including revisions from all of the jurisdictions. And so the final recommended amendments were approved by the Board of Directors on January 13th, 2026. So again, keeping in mind that this must be approved by the governing body in order for the city of Brentwood to be a part of the Municipal Pooling Authority. One thing in your motion I would like for you to include is a correction to the resolution. There was a clerical error. It states February 10th as the approval, and it's actually February 24th. So with that, I want to go ahead and turn it over to Linda Cox, the CAO for MPA. She also has with her her staff, Frank Williamson from the finance manager, and then Laura Clark, who is also the risk analyst, and they can answer any questions that you may have.
Good evening, everyone. I do believe we have a PowerPoint presentation to go over, just provide you some information on what does MPA do for the city of Brentwood and all of our 21 members. So moving on to the next page, there we go. Just some fun facts about Municipal Pooling Authority. We were put together July 1, 1977. That was when we were formally recognized by the state of California as a pooling authority. The city of Brentwood, however, was one of our founding members, and you'll see that they started in May. So those initial cities did come together prior to that formal recognition in July. The pool was formed to offset the rising cost of private insurance for general liability, and later we added workers' compensation, property brokerage, vehicle physical damage coverage, employment practices, risk control, employee benefits, employee wellness programs, and so much more. MPA, as Sakari stated and your staff report states, we have 21 members, and we are one of the last pools in California. We're very proud of this. The board is very proud of this. The board has maintained this as a means of having better control over claims administration. We are one of the very few pools in California that has in-house claims administration for workers' compensation and general liability. A lot of the pools in California now do staff that out to third-party TPAs. We do not. We also are one of the only pools in California that provides a very comprehensive wellness program, which Brentwood benefits from. The wellness fair is part of that, the biometric services that we provide. That is all through MPA that your members are receiving that. Next slide. I don't have control of that. There we go. MPA is our governance. We're governed by a board of directors. Every one of our 21 members are participants on the board. Each city's governing body delegates a primary and alternate board member to attend those board meetings. We also have an executive committee that's made up of 7 members, and the executive committee is the one who oversees the claims authority, providing authority for those claims. Executive committee spends a lot of time in closed session. We also have a coverage and governance committee that reviews all of our governing documents. The one you have before you is one of those documents, but we also look at our bylaws, and annually we look at our memorandums of coverage, of which we have 3, one for workers' comp, one for general liability, and one for our vehicle physical damage program. Moving on to that, I just wanted to highlight some of our services. We've already mentioned them, but I guess you would say our hallmark services are our workers' compensation program, our liability program. We provide administration and litigation services to those. Our vehicle physical damage program, for which we cover city vehicles, including those police vehicles. And then we have property brokerage and coverages, and our property brokerage also includes, as stated in your report, cyber, crime, E&O coverage, active shooter coverage, and a number of different coverages that come through that property program. We also provide dental, vision, short-term disability, long-term disability, and life insurance programs. And again, our wellness program. We also, through our program, MPA is a risk management entity, and we provide safety and risk training and support. We have a very active police committee that is managed by our general liability department, in which the police come together, they decide, they let us know what they want to be trained on. We provide training and services to them through this committee, which meets 3 times a year. It's a very active committee. We also have a Public Works and Safety Committee that meets 4 times a year. And again, it's for your Public Works and Safety employees that come to this committee. And we bring to them information they need to know, code changes, or topics that they want to talk about. It's really led by those participants from all the members. We also have a wellness committee that meets twice a year that does the same thing. Your designated wellness staff who are part of this committee let us know what the cities need, what the cities want, what you want to add, how do we need to improve the services we provide. So all those committees do a great service to MPA in helping us know what we need to provide you. We also have an employee ergonomics program. Every single employee whose city is a member of MPA will get an ergo evaluation. It is part of the program. We also provide training to the cities as requested. So those are just some of the things we do. So let's talk about real quick our layers of coverage. So how do we provide that coverage for you? Our workers' compensation program, we provide first dollar coverage. There's no self-insured retention, if you will. There's no premium, first dollar payment that you make. We cover from first dollar up to $500,000. And then we join another pool for which we get excess coverage. above 500,000 to the statutory limit. So we're a pool that also works with another pool to provide you this holistic coverage for your workers' compensation program. And the same is true for general liability, with the exception that some of our members do have self-insured. Actually, all our members have a self-insured retention starting at 500,000 going up to 100,000. Each of our members has a different SIR. We also have excess coverage. Again, it's a pool of pools, and that is California Risk Management Authority, and they provide coverage from that $1 million. We provide coverage. Let me back up. MPA provides $1 million in coverage for those general liability claims. Unfortunately, claims are costing more than that. We have our excess coverage that brings us coverage in our Karma pool, which is also self-insured up to $9 million. So between us and Karma, we're self-insured for $10 million, and then we purchase excess coverage up to $32 million. May claims never go over $32 million, but it unfortunately can happen and is happening. So that's just a general overview of how that coverage is provided to you. So moving on to the next one. So every year we through actuaries, what each member must provide as their share of cost for premiums for these programs, workers' compensation and general liability, you're provided those premiums. I'm sure you've seen that line item on your budget. What do we do with that money? Well, we do invest it. Our goal is to be funded at, we would love to be funded at 100% for all anticipated costs of claims. However, we have been, with the help of the board, we're very conservative. We have improved our assets, as you will, our funding level. We are funded now from 2017 for workers' compensation. We were funded at 85%. Prior to that, we were only funded at 75%. So we have worked through conservative measures, worked toward building that reserve. Today, we're funded at actually above 90%, at about 93%. Why is this a big deal? Not many pools are in a position we're in because our board, the MPA board, is very conservative and is really about keeping the money in the bank so that we have the money to cover the cost of all claims. Claims are costing more. With the general liability program, we have also improved tremendously from 80% back in fiscal year 2017 up to 90%, a 33% improvement in our assets. The other piece we've added, just new this year, this past year, July of 25, we embarked on developing a alternate investment opportunity through a third party, through an insurance investment entity. We call it Municipal Pooling Authority Captive. And what we've done is we've taken those workers' compensation funds and we have put them in this captive, and it allows us to manage our risk, control premium costs, and retain underwriting profits for members. It's a long-term investment strategy, and by creating this captive, we are able to take, I guess you would say, more risk in how we invest that money, and ultimately, it will help us stabilize premiums is the long-term goal for doing this. So these are what we've done with those investments for our members. This you all should be very proud of. The straight line here is the pool's average, which is 1. And if you follow that green line along, starting in fiscal year 2018 all the way to fiscal year 2027, our current year, Brentwood is well below the average on many of those years, with a little spike there in fiscal year 25, but I will tell you the entire pool had a spike in that year. So Brentwood is not alone. The other year where we had a spike was in fiscal year 20 and 21, you'll see the spike. So Brentwood was in line with all of our other members for those for those years, but Brentwood overall has managed to stay below, and that's where you want to be. You want to be below 1. Moving on to the next one is your general liability program. Again, every year, for the years we put up here, Brentwood's experience is below that baseline of 1. So that is a excellent indicator of what MPA does for this city and what the city does in collaborating with MPA to keep those claims costs down as best that we can. The final page we have here is this is a list of our 18 programs, and these are all the programs that Brentwood participates in. One of those programs I did not mention, you'll see it about almost the middle of that, is IRMA, Excess Employers Liability Pool. All of our members participate in that. That's where you get your employer's liability support. You can only access IRMA through another pool, so you have to be in our pool to access IRMA to get that liability coverage. So that is, in a nutshell, what MPA does for all of you.
Thank you very much. That was very thorough. And I love seeing Brentwood doing well in those areas.
Yes.
Do we have any questions? Okay, moving into public comments on this item.
Thank you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meetings. I do not have any speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Any council discussion or barring that, a motion?
I just want to say thank you to the team at MPA for all of your hard work, and thank you, Sakari, for everything you do, because I know you work really hard on this as well, so thank you.
I can make a motion.
Oh, hold on just a moment. Carrie.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, so yeah, MPA, from the budget perspective, we're saving a lot of money through you saw at the very end, the modification factors that were mentioned that we should be very proud of. We're actually saving quite a bit of money on those. So we should, in fact, be proud of those financially too, because it's really helping us on the budget. And then I did want to, I know it's boring material, but the captive stuff, so Councilmember Mendoza over there, I think, is excited by this as much as I am. So this is similar to our Section 115 trust. You know, remember how excited we were to launch that program where we were able to have money invested in a higher percentage of return, and it'll be there when we need it. And it's a similar type thing that they're doing over there with that. So just to put it into terms, there are kind of similar things going on there that we try to do here, but we're seeing it on the budget side. So I did want to thank MPA for those actions they've taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie. It's always awesome, all the hard work that you all do. And then when you see Carrie really excited about it, it's even better.
And Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. As set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the Municipal Pooling Authority amended and restated joint exercise of powers agreement amongst the City of Brentwood and other public agency members and authorizing its execution with the amended date of 2/24/2026 as the approval date.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And the motion passes. Thank you again for your presentation and your patience. Okay, we are now going to move into H5. The first H5. Our agenda looks different from what you're seeing out there. Nguyen, Recreation Manager, will present the next item regarding the 2026 Community Day of Service.
Thank you, Mayor. If you could just give me a second, I'm having a little trouble with PowerPoint, so I'll just pull it up in a second. All right. Well, thank you again, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Tonight, I'll be presenting on this item seeking direction related to the 2026 Community Day of Service and future events. For my presentation tonight, I intend to provide some background information, estimated costs and budgets related to the Community Day of Service, and considerations for City Council tonight. So some background information about this item. Back in 2021, at the time, Councilmember Meyer brought forth a request for the city to consider an annual Community Day of Service event. And she also suggested the staff look at other cities who hosted this event, such as the city of Walnut Creek, as examples of successful events. Fast forward a little bit to 2023, following discussion from City Council directed staff to work on a Community Day of Service for 2024. That included involving the Parks and Recreation Department, at the time the Brentwood Leadership Roundtable, creating newsletters and articles about the event and other outreach efforts. So over the past 2 years, Community Day of Service has been successful and has operated as a collaborative effort without a single organization formally owning or leading the event. As the event continues to expand and certain operational organizational functions may be more appropriately and officially managed by the city, this item is coming back to you, with the city possibly taking formal adoption of the event with intent to continue the successful past events and also to continue to include community partners and residents in the event. Just for reference, referring to last year, 2025, the second time that this event was held, over 25 organizations participated in the event with 22 projects and over 500 participants involved in the Community Day of Service. In tonight's staff report, we included an estimated budget for the event. The estimated budget shows costs associated with the Community Day of Service event annually the past 2 years. This chart's found in attachment 4 of our staff report, shows an annual city resources allocating for the event. Those are highlighted in gray. Those costs included at the time Parks and Rec staff supervisor, as well as facility cost for rental and use of spaces. I do want to clarify these costs were not direct general fund costs. They were just resources allocated based on the 2023 City Council direction. Also on this chart, you'll see updated estimated costs city staff put together, and these annual costs are requested to come from the general fund if the city were to lead the organization for this event moving forward. This estimate totals $3,000 for the 2026 Community Day of Service event, and staff's also recommending this amount of $3,000 be annually allocated in the operating budget for future years. For 2026, if the event is formally adopted as a city event, the Parks and Recreation Department would internally establish a community service committee composed of residents passionate about volunteerism and include past organizers of the event to be invited to serve on the committee. And the intention is also to include the current mayor to serve on that committee as well. This allows planning and day of operations for the Community Day of Service event to continue, ensure the event has connections and relevance to the past successful events. So for City Council's considerations tonight, staff's recommending formally adopting the Community Day of Service as the City of Brentwood Community Day of Service by appointing Mayor Meyer as a liaison to work with Parks and Recreation staff and community members on the 2026 event, amending the 2025-2026 general fund budget by $3,000, and directing staff to provide an annual funding for the event from the general fund operating budget. This concludes my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, T. Any questions for staff?
I have one question. Is there a reason why we just wouldn't have the mayor be the liaison for her entire duration as the mayor of the city of Brentwood, and we're just earmarking 2026? This has been her baby, her brainchild. She's birthed this, rocked it in her bosom since it came on, and I don't see anybody else doing such an amazing job as while she's on this dais. So I just was wondering, is there a reason why we're just limiting it to 2026?
For right now, we included 2026 just because it's a little bit of a quick turnaround. So that's why we included that way in the staff report and resolution. I think ultimately that's why we came back to council to seek direction if that's something that y'all choose to change or alter for us.
Okay, I guess we can talk about it in discussion, but I've liked the general authority that has been given to me for Juneteenth. And I can imagine after sometimes we organize literally in this, for the next year, immediately right after, because people come up, they're excited. So I'd like to give her carte blanche authority to continue as liaison beyond up until the end of her term, and if she continues on with her term. So as long as she's the mayor, I'd like to have her, for her to be the liaison.
I have a question for Carrie or Christine. Financially speaking, do we need to amend anything in the language to include it for the general fund for future years, not just 25, 26?
So certainly anticipating that this is going to be an ongoing project, we would put that in the draft operating budget, and then it would be an item that would be brought forth in the workshop for confirmation of council direction to continue with that program.
So Mayor and Council, as the new guy on the block, I'm just trying to understand what the liaison role is, as normally what happens when the policy body sets a policy, then staff administers that policy. So, and the charter does distinguish between what the council's responsibility is, directing staff or not directing staff. So I just want to be clear in terms of what the liaison responsibilities are when we take on these functions.
So I'm happy to address that if everyone's okay with that. We discussed at one point whether we needed an ad hoc committee, how this would look, how do we bring in residents, how many residents. There are two residents who have kind of taken the lead on this from the get-go, and Amy Tilley and Julie Deck were part of the roundtable, the Brentwood Leadership Roundtable, whatever it was called, and at that point just kind of took over and ran with it. And so nothing at this point would have happened without their support. I have tried to be, during that whole period of time, part of any planning I could be, a liaison if they needed to reach someone on staff, questions about whether something was an appropriate request of staff. Julie and Amy and I all have done some promotions of the event together. We've also all three donated supplies to the event because at the time we didn't have a budget. We were buying trash picker-uppers on our own, that kind of thing. So I think for me, my biggest thing is I didn't want to lose my ability to be directly involved with it. And so the idea of coming before council about it was just to find a way that works within the operations of the city appropriately. Still letting Parks and Rec lead it. I don't need to be taking over and directing everyone. I think it's more like let's all be a part of this conversation. The event at this point is run very successfully 2 years in a row. And so there's a lot of templated items, the volunteer application process, the criteria for a nonprofit to submit a project. Those things are already set, and I believe staff is familiar with what that criteria is at this point. Amanda has been helpful in that way. So I think it's more about just still continuing to be a part of the planning and supporting wherever I can.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're staff are meeting the expectations of the council. That's what my question's about. So as long as the role of the liaisons to keep the council and mayor and the policy body informed of what's happening and if we're achieving the right goals, I'm great. I just want to make sure as the new guy that I can certainly understand how we can meet your expectations.
And I absolutely appreciate that, Harold. I thank you for asking it, because this is the first year that we've made it more officially under the city's purview as opposed to anything else. I mean, initially there was thought about the police department taking this and having ownership of it, and it wasn't a good fit at the time. And so the leadership roundtable really, like I said, took it and ran with it. So whatever feels appropriate for all of the people involved, the staff and whatever. I was questioning how we're going to get residents involved and what that committee would look like. However it's appropriate. I don't want to step on toes or raise any expectations that aren't reasonable.
I think that's fine. And also to the vice mayor's comment regarding appointing you for the full tenure of your, we did have a discussion earlier about, if we're going to make the mayor the liaison, then we wouldn't have to come back and substitute it later on. If we named you specifically for the 1 year, we'd have to come back again the next time. So however you want to adjust that, I think that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a comment?
And then I just want to add something. I think part of the reason that I like, Patanisha being on Juneteenth and, Susanna being on the Community of Services, because it's their vision. And I think sometimes things get lost about the vision of what we really wanted for an event. So I think it's good that they're there and they have the input and they get kind of a say in what happens so that we don't lose the vision of what the original intent was.
And I think that's a good point too, because this was discussed in the past. As you can see by the timeline that was mentioned here, I first brought it forward as an agenda item in 2021, and it didn't actually happen until 2023. And it's because at the time I was kept out of it. So it's important to me to be able to have that kind of connection as well.
Yeah. And I agree wholeheartedly. And I go back to our initial conversation is that once the policy body identifies the vision and the goal, really staff is supposed to be good at executing that. So it appears that at this point in time, we haven't quite gotten there yet. But I would imagine over time, as you said, you've done this for 3 years, and so we're now getting some templates ready to go, and we're getting better and better as we move along.
And I would,
sorry.
I would have to echo the sentiment of Councilmember Mendoza, and I thank her for her statement, because it's not that we're ever saying that staff doesn't execute. They execute in excellence. But there is something unique about when we're personally attached to something that we want to stay attached to it.
Yes.
For example, the mayor has, and she has a huge team in the back, but the Lions Club, she's been in a service organization that has poured into the city of Brentwood. And this brainchild came from her connections, not only with them, but with other organizations. Yeah. And it's not to say that staff doesn't have that connection, but I think there's something about the passion that we want to stay involved. Because these are our babies, and we want to make sure that it's executed in the manner that we like. Now, I can say for myself, and I've even seen in her work, that we don't overstep, that we allow staff to do what staff does, and they do it in excellence. So I wouldn't say on record that the staff is not executing in excellence. They do. Okay. But specifically, initially what we came for, I don't know that, for example, for Juneteenth, that someone who doesn't have like experience as me wouldn't know exactly what I was passionate about unless they hear it directly from me. And what I have to say is, in the inception of it, usually every year I meet with Tian, I meet with the director, so we got to meet with Harif this year. I meet with Stacy and Amanda, and then they run off with it. And we have one meeting, and then we have one at the end, and then I don't intervene unless I'm asked to, or there's an issue that comes up. So I'd like us to be consistent, and I agree, if we appoint her, we don't have to come back. That's been the joy in Juneteenth, is that I've been given authority, that when questions have come up, then I've been given the authority to make a decision, so long as it doesn't go too far beyond what the authority the council has already given me.
And I think also it goes back to, sometimes you have working boards and then window dressing boards. We are not a window dressing council. We are a working council who likes to get in there and likes to participate and be part of the process. And I think that maybe it could be uncomfortable for some people, because, we're council people, but at the end of the day, we're your neighbors, right? So it's like, as your neighbors, we really want to make sure that we're bringing to residents these events, or whatever the case may be, that really reflects what we are seeing that the community really wants. So it's just, we're a little bit more in there than prior councils.
And yet I do need to clarify and backtrack just a moment to say that when I said it took you 2 years for it to come forward, that had nothing to do with anyone who is sitting here in this room at this moment. Staff at the time, Parks and Rec, everybody was very supportive of the idea. Council was all behind it, but there was, things in place at the time that weren't in support.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, well, we're just putting it out there. Who did not support the event to the extent that we would have liked, and so it took 2 years for it to come forward.
Well, I do want to just finally say that I believe there's great value in the policymakers who are passionate about projects. I just want to make sure that we can take your passion and that we can execute our part of the process.
I have no doubt of that, none whatsoever.
Okay.
I have absolute faith in staff on this. Thank you. I actually do have a question, though. And this is more for clarification for everyone here. The cost of the event is noted as $7,981.40 specifically, and the approval of the budget request is $3,000. And I just wanted to clarify the difference there is because of waivers and staff time. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, Mayor Meyer. That's when I try to do the different colors for highlighting. Again, in the gray were things that were allocated in the past, but they weren't general fund dollars. So I try to highlight that as opposed to tonight's ask that $3,000 is the request for general fund budget funding for this event. Again, as you mentioned, wanted to clarify that the staff time is already allocated, and again, that facility waiver / facility use piece, there's not dollars lost there, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Thank you. And Weblative was involved. There's Facebook events set up, and there's some video that's taken. The Lions are involved. The Rotary's involved. So it's a wonderful event, and I'm looking forward to it. And I'm getting too much in discussion. So let's open up public comments. Nope.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We did receive one written public comment in advance of tonight's meeting, which is summarized on the screen. I'm trying to remember which item this is. H5, I have one speaker card. Oksana?
So last year I did get to see that community event, I think on one of the Brentwood sites and announcements. My only question is, so our family, we do community events and we volunteer with organizations as a family. I love to bring my kids into it. This might be just a logistical question with the application process, but is there an age limit? Like, are we kids that family is allowed to kind of just show up, or do we need to go through a process? Just because I know there's several families that we kind of get together. We do park cleanup sometimes, just kind of, and so this would be a really interesting one to see if families could collaborate and, you know, we could bring some along. I don't know if this is just an application
we can address
question.
it when we get into discussion. Thank you.
I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. T, can you answer that question, please?
Sure, thank you, Mayor Meyer. Community Day of Service absolutely is intended and will continue to be a family-friendly event. I'll speak on my personal experience for last year. Very proud to say my son and my wife were able to join us for our projects. At the time, my son was about a year, so we are definitely welcome to those things. We do, and this is me being a city staff member, we do require waivers to be filled out for everyone who participates. But again, those things can be filled out by legal guardians for anyone who is a minor or child.
Thank you, and I will add that it's not only all ages, but all abilities, because everyone should be able to serve. Any other discussion? Yes.
And Madam Mayor, just very quickly to piggyback on Tien's statement there, there may be some activities that the city may set a minimum age for if they involve something, you know, slightly more advanced, not dangerous, but requiring more coordination than a young child could handle. So the city does reserve the right to sort of set those ages as appropriate for the activities ultimately included.
And that is a very good point. Thank you for bringing it up. There are several activities that will be promoted, and there will be a wide variety of things for different abilities and ages, and you'll be able to read about these activities and sign up for the ones that are the best fit for you or for your family. Any other discussion? Oh, Harold.
So, Mayor, one of the things that we've talked about tonight is the general fund budget allocation. But I think one of the things you might want to also consider as we look at the entire project is how much it actually costs in terms of in-kind services and other agencies, like the cost that the Lions Club is doing for the breakfast X, Y, and Z. And then finally, one of the things that a former city that I worked at, what they really did a good job of, was they constantly documented the number of volunteer hours donated. And so I think that this is a great program, and we should be collecting those hours and kind of, you know, cheering ourselves on for the number of volunteer hours that we're doing annually throughout the year.
I think that's a great idea. It is hard because some of the activities are on site at Veterans Park and some of them are off site at a nonprofit location or wherever that might be. But I think with the city's involvement being a little bit more direct and having, discussions about the waivers, et cetera, there might be easier ways of us to track those things.
Yeah, and one of the things that we can do is set up a web page to allow people to actually go and log their own hours in.
Wonderful. Thank you. What other discussion?
I just want to say, I will hold Tian's baby whenever he comes to Community Day of Service or anywhere, because he was amazing. But I just want to say thank you to Susanna, because you've been working on this for a very long time. So thank you for all your time and effort and everyone that volunteers. But I want to say a special thank you for staff, because this is on their weekend and a lot of them showed up with their matching shirts that they made and they gave of their own time on their days off. And so I appreciate you for that. And you all looked fantastic. So thank you.
I would like to add that seeing the event and how it's grown and how it's flourished within our community has been amazing. And the fact that we're going to have a home for it in our city is awesome. So thank you for what you're doing.
Can I make the motion? Or were you going to make it?
I'll make it and you can second it. How's that?
Can you make that amendment?
You bet. Thank you. I move to provide annual funding for the Community Day of Service as a city event on an ongoing basis, amend this year's operating budget in the amount of $3,000, and name the mayor as the liaison for this event for the 2020 through the 2028 Community Day of Service.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the motion passes. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, we're going to go backwards again, now on to H3. Ricardo Noguera, Economic Development Manager, will present the next item regarding the sale of city-owned property located at Harvest Park Drive and Guthrie Lane.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Ricardo Noguera. Tonight before you, I'm going to get a little help from the city clerk. All right. Tonight before you, we have a request to consider the sale of the former drainage basin for economic development purposes at Harvest Park Drive and Guthrie Lane. Next. I don't want to read the whole recommendation, but I will. Adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute an agreement for the purchase and sale of real property with 2485 Technology Drive LLC or related entity in substantial conformance with the attached agreement for city-owned property located at Harvest Park Drive and Guthrie Lane, and authorize execution of other documents as necessary to complete the transaction. A little background on this property. This property in 2020, along with 13 other properties, were declared surplus by the city. In May of 2023, council adopted administrative policy number 10-20, which provides detailed guidelines for the sale of city and successor agency-owned property. In May of last year, local developer, he's in the audience this evening, Mr. Ante Zovic of Technology Drive submitted an unsolicited proposal to purchase the property from the city for a cost of $550,000. After taking in the proposal, staff completed an appraisal in August of 2025. This was an independent appraisal and countered the offer to the developer for $700,000 based on the appraised amount. Both parties agreed to the sale price pending council's approval of the purchase and sales agreement. And just by way of background, just this past December, the city sold another property located at 498 Fairview Avenue to a local dentist. He has now entered the planning process, and we hope to see him break ground on a new professional office building later this year. A little background on the developer. This is a family-owned business. They've been operating here in Brentwood for several years. They're headquartered here in Brentwood. Their office is on Technology Drive in a 23,000 square foot building that is fully leased. You can see the building at the top photo. They also have another building on that same street under construction, a 10,000 square foot industrial flex building that should be completed by the end of this summer. I'm actually working with them on finding a tenant for that building. And I share that because our vacancy rates in Brentwood for both office and industrial are in single digits. Next. So a few stats on the characteristics of this property. As I mentioned, it's city-owned. The parcel is 2.89 acres. It's kitty corner from the Delta Swim Center. If anyone is an active swimmer, you may know this facility. It's zoned industrial. It's the former detention basin that is vacant and undeveloped. And as I mentioned, we received an unsolicited proposal from Zovich last year. Next. So what are the deal points? The deal points are sale price of $700,000. The developer has agreed to pay 10% or $70,000 as an initial deposit. He's proposing to build a 30 to 35,000 square foot industrial office flex building. He's basing his value on between $8 and $10 million, and he expects to create 90 to 100 jobs. Of course, no tenants have been secured as of yet. With an approved purchase and sales agreement, the developer will begin the preparation of plans and hopefully get to the Planning Commission before year's end, and by next summer, be breaking ground. And that is our recommendation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Any questions for staff? Did Mr. Zovich want to say anything?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ante Zovic. I was born and raised in Croatia. The reason I'm saying that, I want everybody to know where that name came from. So I formed about 50 years ago a little family-owned business company. And my family, my kids, and my grandsons joined us. You know, that, so we're here to stay. Basically, we're not going anywhere. And if we're lucky enough that council approves our offer, we're ready to move forward.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff or for Mr. Zovich? Okay, can we open public comments, please? Thank you, sir.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We receive 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. And I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Any council discussion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Real quick, hold on. I'm one that's always apprehensive to sell city land because as we grow, we're going to need more city land. But when this one came up, I think we were all happy to see you. You've invested a lot in the city and we do appreciate that. So thank you for being such a big part of our community.
All right. As set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for purchase and sale of city-owned property at Harvest Park Drive and Guthrie Lane and authorizing execution of other documents as necessary to complete the transaction.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the motion moves forward.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes. reconvening, and we are going to move into item H6 and come back to H4 to continue our path of this evening. Angie Pillay, Engineering Manager, will present an informational report on Brentwood traffic operations. Angie?
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. I'm here to present before you a summary on the Brentwood traffic operations and updates to the traffic studies which were done in the Valley Oak and Valley Green and Lone Oak neighborhoods. So these are the objectives for my current presentation. I'll be presenting the review process for the traffic service request, primarily focusing on the intake methods, the engineering guiding principles and standards that govern our decisions and our response and actions. I will also give you an overview of the traffic engineering activities for the past 2 fiscal years and conclude with the traffic speeding evaluation on Valley Green and Lone Oak. So the traffic operations in engineering serves to achieve the following goals, which are in alignment with our general plan and strategic plan goals, namely safety for all users, efficient mobility, neighborhood livability, equity across neighborhoods, and also data-driven decisions.
Angie, can I just break in for just a moment? I'm sorry. Are the people at home seeing the PowerPoint? Because I'm seeing us highlighted. Just want to make sure.
The view at home should be the view that is on the screen. I can.
Okay. I was looking at us being highlighted, and I wanted to make sure.
Is on the screens that you have on your computers right now for the presentation, do you see the presentation large or is it smaller?
Large.
Okay.
So we're good.
Then we're
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Angie.
No worries. Next slide, please. So these are the typical traffic safety requests that the city receives, namely speed humps, speed limit signs, always stop installation, traffic signal timing, corner side distances issues, which are primarily red curb requests, vegetation clearance, and also school traffic concerns. The service requests are received through the following process, mainly through the Brentwood Connect 24/7 website or the app. We get emails, phone calls, there are usually walk-ins, some are department referrals, and also council inquiries. So as part of the standard review process, step 1 is our intake and screening. So if the request is received by engineering, we confirm the location and issue and check the prior history. But if the request is made to police department, and if it is related to speeding, they include it as part of their enforcement schedule, as well as, and they deploy speed trailers. The second step for engineering is data collection. We make field observations, and depending on the request and field observations, we may request collision history from PD, as well as collect traffic volume and speed data. Engineering then does the analysis. We have to compare the data to establish standards based on our standards as shown in the list, primarily the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices and the ITE guidelines. And of course, we have to follow through all the applicable city policies and ordinance and all of the best practices that goes with it. Depending on our findings, we may defer it to PD for speed enforcement or speed trailer deployment. Otherwise, if any mitigations are needed, such as signage and striping, signal timing adjustments, traffic calming, or even roadway design changes, we implement them in coordination with the Public Works Streets Division, County Signal Maintenance, as well as our CIP program. So going to our traffic program level activities for the past two fiscal years, engineering has accomplished several key milestones that supports the general plan circulation elements, as highlighted in attachment 2 of the staff report. The city adopted the local roadway safety plan on June 24, 2025, which is a framework of the traffic safety assessment in the city. So we are now better positioned to apply for several key transportation grants, including the HSIP and SS4A, which required an LRSP or any safety action plan as a prerequisite. Staff also serves on CCTA, or the Contra Costa Transportation Authority's Technical Coordinating Committee, and the East County Transplant Technical Advisory Committee. These committees advises CCTA on technical, planning, and policy matters related to the countywide transportation initiatives. We have made strides in ITS initiatives with a joint partnership with CCTA on the countywide Smart Signals project. Several roadway improvements that will assist with the build-out of the general plan is currently in the works, namely the Lone Tree Way roadway improvements, the Lone Tree Way at-grade widening at UPRR crossing, as well as our annual payment management program. We are currently performing the engineering and traffic survey for updating the speed limits of 19 arterial and collector streets to get us in compliance with the California Vehicle Code requirement. We are supporting active transportation elements with engineering's participation in our local bike and ped advisory committee. And this partnership helped secure the bronze-friendly community recognition for Brentwood from the American League of Bicyclists. We have been successful in securing TDA grants for several traffic components, such as the rectangular flashing beacons, the flashing stop signs, as well as audible pedestrian push buttons, which we'll be implementing this year. We also currently applied for a sidewalk and trail connectivity enhancement project with this TDA application. So going into the traffic request and engineering action for the past 2 fiscal years, engineering has worked closely with the Streets Division and Public Works to install signage and striping for several resident requests. So the first you can see is Griffith and McLaren, where we installed ladder crosswalks for school crossing. Second is Dainty and Walnut, where we installed ladder crosswalks along with the yield marks, shark tooth yield marks and yield signage. Next one. Berry and Central, again, we installed our RFBs and provided crosswalk enhancement with yield marks. John Muir Parkway, this is where we added center lines to provide right-of-way for both directions of traffic because of the confusion. Ventura, we added center line striping to add visibility. And again, Amber and Empire, we worked to provide flashing stop signs as well as red bars on the existing stop signs for improving the visibility and safety of the crossing public. Engineering also worked with the county signal maintenance to address accessibility issue with pedestrian push buttons based on resident request. Then we also worked with the school district. We worked with the Marsh Creek Elementary School to recommend an exit pattern off of Adams Middle School to make the driveway safe for all users. Then we worked with Marsh Creek Elementary. Next, we worked with Adams Middle School to stripe dual entry into their driveway for improving the traffic flow. And we also worked with our developer after completion of the Costco project to install all-way stops at the 2 driveways. Last item on my presentation is about the speeding concerns on Lone Oak and Valley Green neighborhoods. Lone Oak was selected because it was due for a follow-up after the town hall for the neighborhood that the engineering initiated early last year. Valley Green was selected based on the recent public comments and at the recent city council meeting. So these were the locations that were studied. So after the field visits, engineering decided to evaluate if the locations would warrant speed hump installation. The city has a speed hump installation criteria, which is shown as attachment 3 of the staff report. There are several criteria to be met before we can install a speed hump, including approval of 67% of residents along that stretch of the roadway and 75% approval of the residents who are immediately affected. However, we decided to evaluate the engineering criteria to determine if the locations would warrant a speed hump. We contracted with IDAX Data Solutions to get that speed and volume count. The counters were placed at key locations in both neighborhoods for a period of 1 week when the school was in session and there were no public holidays. This is a summary of our findings. I can go into details of the analysis if needed, but based on the speed, geometry, and volume of traffic, the locations did not qualify for speed humps. The data collected is shown as attachment 6 of the staff report. The intersections within the neighborhoods also did not qualify for all-way stops based on our multi-warrant standards as shown in attachment 4 due to the low traffic volume and collision history. So while we do see that there is a number of vehicles going above the speed limit, the data does not support the installation of engineering traffic calming devices based on our existing standards. So based on our field visits and analysis, we have come up with some mitigation measures. We installed we are in the process of installing additional speed limit signs on Central and Minnesota. On Valley Green, we installed 7 additional speed limit signs. And we are proposing to install center line striping in the future for when the capital improvement project for pavement rehabilitation goes through that neighborhood. In Lone Oak, the 7 additional speed limit signs were installed. All these signs were installed by the Public Works Streets Division, who marked out the locations and installed the signs in coordination with engineering. These are approximately the locations of the new signs. This is not showing any existing signs in place, but these are the locations of the signs that were installed. So with that, these are the contact numbers, which contact methods we prefer when reaching out for traffic issues. Primarily Brentwood Connect 24/7, definitely police department, as well as the engineering department. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Who would like to start with questions?
I have a question, a couple of questions. How often are school-adjacent streets reevaluated?
Can you repeat that?
How often are school-adjacent streets reevaluated?
At the moment, I don't think city has a policy for reviewing any streets which are adjacent to schools. We do evaluate complaints from residents related to school traffic, but we don't have a policy in place for evaluating any streets which are adjacent to schools.
And I think that's my question for now.
Oh, go ahead. I have one question. How long ago has the speed signs been installed?
The new speed limit signs, I believe the recent ones on Lone Oak was installed last week, and the Valley Green, I would say about 3-4 weeks back.
Okay, and then within the last 6 months, do you know how many complaints you've received on those areas in comparison to maybe in the last 2 weeks?
Staff has not received any complaints on Valley Green directly to us. Similarly, Lone Oak, nothing has been directed to us in the past 6 months. I know that there has been a history of Lone Oak complaints while in the previous traffic engineer was working here. So I know that there is a history of complaints on Lone Oak, but nothing has been directed or provided to staff in the past 6 months.
Thank you. I have a question. You showed the page where the grants are for like the different things. Have you earmarked where those grants are going to be used yet?
Yes. So what happens is for TDA grant, you have 2 years to complete the you complete the installation and invoice it. So the RRFPs, which we got in 24-25, that is getting installed currently.
Okay.
And the audible ped push buttons we received for 11 intersections. It is mostly concentrated near school and where there is high pedestrian volume. That will be installed this year. And we are applied for the grant for the sidewalk and trail enhancement. We haven't received any confirmation if we won the grant. So once that is received, we have again 2 years to implement it.
Okay,
And we do have a trail rehabilitation PMP program, so part of it will be used towards that.
Okay. I was just wondering if they were earmarked or not, because if they weren't, then maybe we could get community input on where they wanted them. But if you've already earmarked them, then that opportunity is not available.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to try and get questions out. I'm sucking on a cough drop, sorry. I know there was a town hall for Lone Oak, and that also the Planning Commission made a recommendation, I believe it was April 2024, for Lone Oak traffic mitigations as well. And I'm wondering, so what they talked about, potential traffic solutions to be explored include, but are not limited to, installing cul-de-sacs, roundabouts, one-way access, right turn restrictions on Lone Oak Road during school hours, and any other traffic calming options. And I'm wondering, like, that's not only the speed humps. So are any of those things, or for that matter, anything from the engineering countermeasure toolbox that could be used to help? Because the Lone Oak specifically has been going on for many years at this point, and advocates from that neighborhood have been coming forward more and more since the Vineyard Academy issue has been going on too, with the drop-offs, people doing drop-offs the way they have for Vineyard Academy students. So I'm wondering what else we could potentially look at.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll chime in on that one. So you're correct. In 2024, when the Vineyards Academy came to Planning Commission for consideration of expansion, those items were discussed. At the time, we were looking at where it was proposed to consider turn restrictions in the morning or in the afternoon to basically not allow vehicles to come. And it gets challenging when you start to do turn restrictions. That becomes a heavy enforcement issue. The other option was the question was to ask staff to install cones temporarily as well, and that becomes also a safety issue as well, and we don't have staff to install cones every day to accommodate that. To turn Lone Oak into a cul-de-sac at Grant Avenue, that would become, there is a lack of right-of-way, so those homes that are in that area would have to give us right-of-way. I think some of them are encroaching to what that cul-de-sac would look like, because if we closed off that street, Lone Oak Avenue would have to be a cul-de-sac that meets fire requirements, which from our initial look at it, it was going to severely impact those two residents. So that was determined to be infeasible. And going back to the data, we've looked at Lone Oak, I believe in 2013, 2019. We looked at Cabot Drive as well in 2020. All of those had received studies, starting with speed humps. That's kind of the driving force. We get a lot of data from that, and based on those studies, we just don't see there's no indication of a speed humps or any other measures being warranted at that point. But we do monitor, and like Andrew said, we have not heard any things from the community in the last 6 months.
Okay, I'm sure there more will come up during our discussion. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, moving into public comment, please.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have no speaker cards in person, but I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. First speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening. I appreciate, I don't see my time. How many minutes do I have?
It's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I do not know the woman who presented the report tonight, but I hope she knows she did not understand the topic for H6. We keep hearing that, we're talking about school, Marsh Creek Elementary, Vineyard Academy. We don't care about schools. We live on Lone Oak Road and we see terrible traffic conditions, unsafe for pedestrians, for kids who walk to school, for our elderly neighbors who try to get out of their driveway on a street without sidewalks and 17 feet wide and try to get some exercise to keep healthy. Whomever presented, I didn't catch her name, totally out of touch, out of topic. And if she was to go and research what Planning Commission and our city council directed staff to do, she would know that I am right. We did not report any complaints in the last 6 months because what's the point? You heard the report, pretty much the message is nothing to see here, everything's fine, moving on. Yet we experience traffic, unsafe conditions, day in and day out. The numbers don't lie. Back in 2019, according to the traffic study conducted, we had daily 145 raw count car trips per day. Current report shows 475 car trips. You tell me if that is not a huge difference. More than 50% of the cars were reported to go over a speed limit back in 2019. I am sure that's the case today. That creates unsafe conditions. The report that you had in front of you is incomplete. It doesn't mention 100 and plus emails that the residents in our neighborhood kept sending. They refused to do that for this meeting because, again, what's the point? The so-called town hall had no results. They told us pretty much that that was a crosswalk installed across Adams Lake. That does not help and relieve traffic on Lone Oak Road. So please do right for your residents who've been talking and begging you for.
Speaker's time has expired. The next speaker is Tracy. Tracy, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, I hate to say it though, I'm a little disappointed that we had those trailers. Those people will slow down. Even I found myself checking my speed limit. It just does not accurately reflect what's happening. People slow down, then they speed up in between, then they see their numbers and they slow down. Those things to me are not good data collectors. I don't know if you have a strip that nobody can see that doesn't just count the vehicles, but maybe, count the interval, like hitting one strip and how long it takes to hit the other strip. But I think to be a little more covert would be a better way to do it. But I'm not going to argue with the findings. The thing that I am worried about is that with this new building and all the traffic that it's going to create, people are going to start coming through our city streets. They're trying to avoid Sand Creek. They're going to start swerving and get going on different streets. The traffic's going to be bad. And to me, it's like, why not be proactive? Because if this building is coming, we all know what's coming with it. And if we have the money now, why don't we just go ahead and take care of our neighborhoods? Because once you start having to take care of the roads from the traffic, from all the cars, then you're going to say, well, we don't have money. So I just worry about it. I'm not complaining that we didn't get it. I'm just worried about the future and how the city is going to be. Are you going to be welcoming? Are you going to help us? Are you going to put up a radar and say, oh, no, you're fine? You know, I mean, those radars are ridiculous to me. They just are. But anyway, so that's my concern, is I'm looking forward to the nightmare that is about to happen. And if we're already having issues and they haven't even arrived yet, can you imagine? I just know they're going to start taking side streets. Anyway, that's all I have to say. And I thank you all for listening to me and to take us serious when we had our issue and brought it up. So I do appreciate that very much. Thank you.
We have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Closing public comments and moving into council discussion.
I have some discussion items. Andrew, I appreciate your report. Thank you for it. I did have some issues though with the local road safety plan that I wanted to bring. On page 16, it talked about public outreach. Then you go to page 75 through 77. And I would have liked for us to include the public comments that we get here in chambers, because I think it missed the mark on several areas of Brentwood, which we've repetitively heard about issues in traffic safety, traffic concerns. One of those issues, I mean, like, it didn't even have the Lone Oak, any comments on Lone Oak. It didn't have any of the comments for the Trilogy area, which we know went on for over a year. And I would have liked to see those inclusive in that, because I think it would have given a broader idea of what we really have going on here that was not inclusive. It only highlighted certain areas. I also really like I appreciate Sue Harper's suggestion. I agree with her. I thought it was well placed that I like the idea of a traffic task force. I was not happy. Alan, I'm happy you're here. I was not, as you all know, I was not happy with our former traffic engineer. I think there are some serious hotspots where we have some serious issues. And so I'm happy to have you here, Alan, and Andrew, I'm happy to have you as well. But I think that currently how we deal with traffic feels like we put a Band-Aid on critical locations around town. And I'd like for us to take a holistic approach. One of the things that I would love to see is us establish like a semi-annual traffic like hotspot dashboard to provide us with a broader visibility and traffic patterns around town. I also am like really concerned about, I don't really feel like this addresses, I mean, I appreciate the additional stop signs in these areas, but I just don't think that it addresses the real issue. And that's why one of my questions that was asked, how frequently are school adjacent streets reevaluated? Because we reevaluate them before, and then I feel like there's no reevaluation after when it's an actual implementation. I'm gonna give you an example. The Lone Oak and Adams Lane area is a catastrophe. The Vineyard Academy, the people who are dropping off at Vineyards Academy still abut in the street. And then you have another school directly across the street. And then we just met here and we talked about Shea Homes in Ludd the other day. And so that's an additional 35 homes on that area that is going to create an additional backlog and more families that will be either taking their kids to those schools. And so I don't know that this addresses the roadway safety plan doesn't address the after effect, and I've seen it personally with the school it's still in the same district at Montanez, where we had to get, and I appreciate our chief and our police department for putting more presence out there, but the parents will abut down O'Hare Lane, and people who are just trying to come home literally have to sit in a traffic of parents who are doing a pickup, or they have to go around them and get on the opposite side of the street, which is breaking the law. They're riding down the wrong side of the street to come home. Most of us have learned to go around it, but we shouldn't have to do that. And so if we can do some type of, if we today as a council receive and file the report, I would like to direct staff to proactively reevaluate the corridors on a regular and consistent basis, not as an off one when we have something that's coming up or we get complaints, but it should be consistently evaluated, in my opinion.
I'm looking right now, I'm talking about the Lone Oak situation. For those who weren't here, that street has gone through a lot, including them having to hire their own attorney because of what was going on in the property across the street, people having a business and bringing trucks up and down. So I feel like we always, we ignore them. And I know that they're kind of out there. They don't have the sidewalks, which is another reason why I think we need to do something. Because like she said, I've been there and kids are walking up and down the street and there's no sidewalks. We saw those that, I don't know who got the video of the cars that speed up and down and the one that spun out right on that street. They do donuts right on the corner of Caper and Lone Oak. In the morning, Vineyard Academy is bringing a lot of traffic. I brought up having no school traffic on that street. We know Carondelet and De La Salle does it, so why can't we do it there? We know that people were still going down Lone Oak to get into the school on the backside. So I think we need to do something. When then I look about, the percentile, and I'm on page 290 of the PDF, the 50th percentile, it says you have to be over 50 percentiles greater than 25. And we're at 23.1, the 85th, and 23.1, 23.7, 23.5, and this is for the speed summaries, northbound, southbound, all abound. And then the 85th percentile, we're 29, 28.9, 29, and you're supposed to be 32. We're almost there, right? Like, I just wish we would be a little bit more strategic and we don't wait till it gets bad. Because when you get to these numbers, it's because it's bad. So what I feel like we're saying is, until you're really screwed, we're not going to do much right now. So a speed bump is $3,500. I would like to put 2 speed bumps after a community meeting on that street, having a meeting with them. I would like to put in 2 speed bumps on that street if they want them. I also want to look at no through traffic. And I know it's more for the police to monitor, but there's roads that are made to take the load and there's roads that are not. And Lone Tree right now, I don't think is equipped to take that kind of load right now with the way it's configured. So I want to do that on Lone Oak. Okay. I also think Valley Green, I think you put in some more stop signs right now. So I think I want to monitor that one for a little bit and let's see what it looks like. On Lone Oak, on Valley Green, did we use the hidden, like the ones that are on the floor to manage the traffic, or did we put the big sign that with the flashing stuff? I thought we just.
Yeah, I think when we collected, for engineering purposes, when we collected the traffic speed and volume, we used loops on the pavement.
So they couldn't see them?
Nobody can see them, yes.
Okay.
And just to add, I know the previous public commenter mentioned about the trailers. I just want to, that is a enforcement countermeasure and it doesn't collect data. So we in engineering don't use that. I know it does, and that's good to hear that it causes vehicles to slow down because that's the purpose of them. So, but for our purposes, for our analysis, we don't use that data.
Yeah, and the reason the numbers are so much closer for Lone Oak, when I look at Valley Green, they're not as close. We still have a little bit of gap between the criteria and the numbers. But we've been hearing about this forever, and you might not hear about it because you're here. They call council and they tell us. We hear about the issues a lot on that are happening out on Lone Oak. So that's what I would like to do. I think that the quote that I saw was 3,500. So if we could do 2, I would be fine with that.
If I may, the other challenge with Lone Oak is there is no curb and gutter.
Right.
Speed humps are not advised at that location, particularly because if you have speed humps with no curb and gutter, vehicles would just go around them, and that could lead to further hazardous conditions where either they get stuck in the side of the road or
there's curb and gutter on one side, right?
Not in the other stretch of.
Not in the other stretch?
Yeah.
Can we put them on the stretch that have them on one side? Because the other side, there's that fence. I can't, isn't there the fence, the new house put up that fence? So I can't see them going close to that fence. I don't think there's enough space. We'll
have to look at it. But in addition, I think the numbers that we're seeing, Lone Oak volumes are not there, and Andrew can confirm. But the ones that are closest on Caper Drive, and that one we could look at possibly reevaluating and reconsidering speed humps, but that would have to come in the future or in the near future. But Lone Oak in particular, it's very challenging with the lack of infrastructure there. I know, and then to the other public commenters' note about no sidewalk. My understanding from that community in that area is they like the roadway as it is, being narrow and without the improvements. I could be wrong, but that was my understanding in the past. But to furtherly improve that street would take CIP with additional funding.
So I still want the speed bumps. So that's what I would like to do. I mean, I need 3 votes, but I think there's probably a way we can do it. I don't know if you just taper it down on the side. I don't know what we do, but we've gotten the videos. We know what's happening on that street because it's kind of out there. There's not like the street lights. People are going up and down that street. And people are going to using that street to go to Vineyard Academy, which we knew was going to happen. And everyone said, let's wait, let's see what happens. And I feel like it's like we got asked for a stop sign up on a Vineyard Parkway for how long before we even did it. And had we done it, we wouldn't have had the issue we were having. So sometimes I feel like we need to be proactive, especially because the numbers are so close.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Thanks. This kind of going to end up being a question rather than a comment, but on the chart that you were showing, it showed Lone Oak as a 40-foot wide roadway.
Less than 40
You're
feet.
talking about the newer part of Lone Oak, the part closer to Vineyard Academy. There's no way that's a 40-foot wide roadway.
No, it's less than 40 feet. So our criteria is speed humps are eligible for streets which are less than 40 feet, and in that way, Lone Oak satisfies that criteria.
So it's far less than 40 feet, and I understand the fact that we can't put in speed bumps if there aren't curbs on either side. Makes perfect sense to me, but there's no shoulder on that road either. So should somebody, they're going to end up in a ditch, which is off the road and doesn't create a traffic hazard, and they'll only do it once, I'm assuming, if they're going to try to go around. I'm not trying to tell an engineer how to be an engineer and how to make that work. It just logically makes sense to me that a speed bump would slow traffic down on a very narrow roadway where the ability to drive around it is hindered by gravel, very narrow gravel shoulders to prevent them from trying to drive around that speed hump. The other condition that you guys will take into consideration before you make that kind of a determination is how many kids are walking in that gravel shoulder to and from school also, which could be more dangerous for the pedestrians. I'm just trying to come up with a solution to slow traffic down on that older section. And when I say older, more narrow section of Lone Oak, which would prevent the Vineyards Academy from turning down there, in my opinion.
According to staff's recommendation in this instance, understanding if there's speeding and safety concerns, I'd recommend additional enforcement at this point, and then we can work with police on what they witness. We can give Chief Grognick to give an update as to what he observed what the police have observed on Lone Oak during their recent enforcement.
I have one question. What type of evaluation has been done already about, it's probably before my time, but for making that specific street not a through street? And the second question is, what would it take for us to bring that street up to code so we can put those speed bumps?
At Lone Oak, where it meets Grant Street, to close that street off into a cul-de-sac would require additional right-of-way from the neighboring properties. We wouldn't be able to accomplish that. I think right next to it is East Bay Municipal Utility District property. We'd have to work with the property owners to the south to acquire their property. Perhaps possibly they'll have to remove some of their structures in a way. So it would be quite significant that time. And if we had to go through eminent domain, that could be immeasurable as far as time and efforts. To improve Lone Oak to current city standards, curb gutter, sidewalk, drainage facilities, that's going to be a major CIP project. There is a lack of right-of-way as well that we'd have to go through for that to bring it to current city standards to meet the criteria for speed humps. And if I could defer to the chief on this.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. So staff performed directed enforcement on 2 different occasions. Based on complaints that the police department received, we focused efforts on January 30th of this year between the hours of 3 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., which was after, my understanding is when it was after school let out. During that time frame, there were a total of 5 vehicles that were observed with an average speed of 32 miles per hour. No citations issued on that occasion. Fast forward to February 4th of this year, between 1:40 p.m. and 2:55 p.m., there were a total of 11 vehicles, average speed of 32 miles per hour. No citations issued, but there was 1 citation issued for a stop sign violation.
Chief, have you seen any increase once Vineyard Academy was there in incident reports?
We have seen an increase in vehicular traffic. I don't have data as far as specific incidents, but nothing that I would characterize as significant incidents in terms of, auto versus pedestrian or significant traffic collisions in that stretch of road.
My concern with this moving into an enforcement process moving forward as opposed to actual change is that we still have not been able to fill our 5th beat. And so for us to redirect officers to enforcement as opposed to being present where they can potentially help to either address or prevent crimes is a concern for sure. That's another one of our complaints we get on a regular basis is the public safety issue and seeing presence of officers on the street. So I do want to make sure that that's noted. My other problem with this, we had garage safety issues that were brought to our attention years ago. And there was a lot of issues, a lot of complaints, a lot of different items to check off that initially the public wanted. And so we took like the low-hanging fruit and made some changes to it and did make improvements that were immediately noted by the people that had made the complaints. And there's still, at this point, we haven't made as much of an investment as we originally projected we would have to, but we did make enough change that people were feeling a little bit safer. One of those things was those, they put on the pavement, I don't know what those things were called. They were not a speed hump. Alan, do you know what those are called?
Bot dots?
Yeah, the little raised things. So something that minor made people feel safer. Now, I don't know if those need to be updated or replaced or any of those things, but my point is that I like the idea of speed humps. I don't know if we have the votes, but I will say we have to do something. This has been going on for so many years, especially for Lone Oak. Now, as far as Valley Green goes, I think we did an appropriate job of immediately trying to mitigate the issues. I feel like the complaints came in and we right away started looking at what we can do short term. We need to do the evaluation. We got those machines out there checking speed. We did some positive mitigations immediately, and I think they've helped. And again, I think they need to be monitored. I don't think we're necessarily where we need to be. But on Lone Oak, we've got to do something. And I know that there's criteria that we have to meet, but I think, like I was talking about the engineering countermeasure toolbox on page 247 of PDF, are there other things we can do in addition to maybe considering speed humps that will help? I mean, Planning Commission gave those recommendations that I mentioned earlier. I know you were talking about how some of those don't work. Is there something from what they recommended that we can consider trying, even on a temporary basis? We've got to not only do something to protect the neighbors that have been complaining for so many years, but we've got to show that we're being responsive and respectful. And so I want to look at that, see what we can do.
Can I add just something too? I've seen an increase in the use of roundabouts in newer cities and newer developments in California. How does that look like for us, and has that been evaluated? Obviously not on Lone Oak, but on other problematic areas that we're having.
The only opportunity currently that the city sees with roundabouts is the right-of-way. We could do possibly traffic circles with the existing intersections, and we could look at that. But I'll let Anju speak on it, but I'm not aware of any particular locations that we've considered it.
That is correct. And we haven't had an opportunity or to evaluate any roundabouts at any existing intersections, because most of the streets in Brentwood is already built out, and when it's already built out, the right-of-way is already set. So we want to, if there is any traffic calming that we plan to do, we have to work with our existing right-of-way. But there could be opportunities when new developments come in, if there are any internal streets that are getting evaluated which are four-way, we can possibly suggest them to look into roundabouts and see if that is a measure. And I can probably speak, I think, in Bridal Gate, we made the proactive decision to include speed humps as part of their plan approval process. So typically right now, I think we evaluate speed humps only when the complaints are coming up, and we evaluate the street if a speed hump is required criteria. But we decided for Bridal Gate, looking at the plan, looking at the street configuration and the length of the roads, it made a lot more sense to include it right away so that the residents, even when they are coming in to live, there's an existing feature that they have to abide by. For us, I think for engineering, the challenge probably is not everybody likes the speed humps. So there have been situations where the street qualifies for speed humps, but looking into our records, when the previous traffic engineer, when he reached out, a lot of people, I like the speed humps, but not in front of my house. So, and also location of the speed humps, we cannot put it close to an intersection. So when we evaluate it, there are certain criteria we have to look for when we place the speed humps. And sometimes the residents would not like it in front of their house. So there are some challenges when we are working with traffic calming with existing street network. But for new ones, we can make some recommendations, and this is one we are trying to do for Bridal Gate, to be proactively installing speed humps.
I appreciate that. I think where it becomes frustrating for us is because we are hearing our residents that are continuously, bringing these concerns to us. And what we're kind of looking for is maybe an innovative solution. And if there's something that needs to change, please bring it to us. I think that most of my colleagues would agree with an innovative solution. It's just we have to offer our residents something. And for them to be complaining for that long, it becomes kind of frustrating. And if we're doing the same solution over and over and over and it's not working, at what point do we change things? So I'd go back to a comment that Sue had made earlier, is that a collaborative approach to a traffic solution I think is great, where we can have input from everyone and we can make it basically up to code or standards or whatever it is that we need to from an engineering perspective.
So, Councilmember, if I might just jump in here and add, I think one of the things to remember is if you look at the staff report, the staff does indicate that this is a dynamic issue in terms of things change, things evolve, and we'll keep going back and looking at the data. One of the things I do want to note too is that one of my top 10 items is Brentwood 2035. And that's modeling where we're going to be at build out. And so as we continue to look at traffic issues, we need to model what that looks like when new development comes in. And if we can identify that there's going to be a new development and we can include those traffic counts and rerun the numbers, then that gives us the justification to do so. But I also want to kind of highlight what they said earlier. Even if you wanted to do a speed bump, there is a process already in place that once you decide to do that, and I would caution you about doing it without an engineer's warrant, but if you even had that, you still have to get the majority of the neighbors on the street to be able to qualify for that. But I do think that because we do have vacant parcels in that area, that we can start modeling to look at what it looks like. And if we have justification to say, this is the plan that's in place, these are going to be homes, we can run those numbers and then get ahead of the game and incorporate those things as part of the process.
I have a question to that, though. because I brought this up last time when this conversation came forward. That wasn't true for Big Basin and Lunger Drive. And so I'll ask Director Bacchiar to tell us again why this wouldn't be the impact on Lone Oak, on Big Basin and Bond, Big Basin and Lunger. There is a big old hump. The across the street is a speed bump. I don't think you all got the majority of the neighbors' information. There was not a warrant. So how was that brought about? But not, and if you want to share my screen, I can. I'd love to share it to the public because we did not have any of those items, and that magically appeared on that street. And I think you gave a justification for it across the street from a school for kids to cross, but it's by Lone Oak is by a school and kids are crossing. We had people talk about that tonight, so I'd love to hear more about that.
And I think just to add to close to that thought, you talked about looking forward to 2035 and new development. I'd love to find some way where we can help existing developments too, a part of that.
And I want to just back up on what everybody's saying too, and I appreciate the proactive thinking on Bridlegate, but we don't actually know at this point if Bridlegate would actually meet the criteria in the way that we're establishing it has to be met elsewhere. And so I don't think, so first of all, the criteria is set by whom?
It's a policy that the city has in place. It's in part of the staff report. It's a standard that the city had developed years back.
And does that have anything to do with state input or mandate?
No, it hasn't.
It's purely what is working for Brentwood specifically.
Right. No, and we do have, about a year back, I did did a research on a few of the cities close by in terms of their policies, and it kind of matches with what we have.
So I appreciate. We always appreciate that. We always suggest that you and ask that you look at other cities of similar size and patterns. But seriously, looking at the amount of growth that is being forced by the state on all of us, it is not enough to look at what we have going on right now, knowing that there's building happening everywhere that we have no control over and that it's only going to get worse. And I would agree with my colleagues that we need to start looking at the existing residents in neighborhoods and what we can do to help them. And as much as enforcement is a plan, I don't think it's the plan considering where we are with not having hired a fifth beat. So we have to be able to do something here.
Madam Mayor, I want to share this. Can I get an answer to my question? I don't think it was, and I'm not trying to be confrontational with staff. I appreciate you. But I would like to know for this area.
Yes, I can speak on this one. So this was installed at the school, as the Vice Mayor mentioned. This is my understanding. This is a speed table. It's quite different from it's a little different from a speed hump. Speed table is specifically to raise the crosswalk to purposely slow vehicles down at crosswalks. So this is a little different. With Lone Oak, there's really no crosswalks that we would apply a speed table to here, and we don't have the volume for it.
Can we add a speed table and a crosswalk if there's not one on a street that has children that actually walk down it? This is difficult again with Lone Oak. There is no sidewalk. Usually crosswalks are used to connect sidewalks and a ramp. There is no such thing at Lone Oak currently. So that goes back to the discussion of Lone Oak not meeting current standards. I just want to reiterate, I know there's a lot of frustration here. We've been looking at Lone Oak. As we mentioned, we studied it in 2013, look again in 2019, did one at Caper at 2020, did one again at 2026. So we've looked at this repeatedly. The trouble, and I asked the police chief to chime in because we had officers out there, we had city staff out there. We are not seeing the cut through. As the chief mentioned, they only witnessed 5 vehicles during the afternoon. That I'll defer to the others, but I don't feel that is cut through traffic.
Also, too, if I might just add, just a point of clarification, because if this is a city policy that the policymakers can change versus engineering standards, then I think the best practice is to bring something back to the council changes the policy, because the last thing this council should do is violate their own policy, because that creates liability.
Well, we don't have a policy. We have guidelines, but we don't have a policy, and we did that with our own stop sign.
Well, my question was for staff, because I thought there was a question asked about policy versus state guidelines. And so my only point is this. Staff has indicated at this point in time, the area does not qualify to meet these standards. Now, if the standards are policies which the council approves, and you want to adjust that policy, do that, and then we can move forward. But the last thing that I can do is, if there's a policy in place and our engineers are saying this section does not qualify for that, if the council adopts something alternate to that, I can't, in good conscience, have registered engineers put something out there that's inconsistent with their profession. So if it's a policy that's just doing the guidelines, change the policy, then they can comply with the policy. But it's very difficult. These are registered professional engineers with a stamp. And so if the council takes a different direction and something opposite their policy, which these guys are following, I can't, in good conscience, have these guys use their stamp to do something counter to the policy, which is your policy. If you change your policy, if we go back and look at a way to fit this in, that's fine. But it's very difficult to have registered engineers who are providing you their professional opinion. If you don't take that opinion and it's counter to your own policy, that creates significant issues.
Can we clarify if, I'm sorry, can we clarify if this is our policy or engineering standards?
Yeah, that was what I was trying to clarify.
It is an engineering standard that is adopted as part of our engineering procedures manual. So if you look at the engineering procedures manual, we have standards for this.
And who is the host of that, the engineering standards? Is it like a state regulation? Is it a California? What is it?
It is owned by the city engineer, and all the standards are developed in collaboration with what are the existing rules and guidelines. It's specifically for speed humps, it's mostly determined to provide equity among all the requests within the city because, if, for example, the 85th percentile speed of 32 miles per hour. We have all these standards in place. For example, if you reduce the threshold, the 85th percentile to 25 miles an hour, there's going to be a whole lot of city streets which qualifies for a speed hump. And then the policy has to be updated. Can the city, can the staff go and install speed humps without the concurrence of the residents and things like that. So I feel the policy the standard was established to provide equity among all the residents and also control the budget.
Is this what is the governing body for these policies? Is it the city of Brentwood?
Mm-hmm. I think the city engineer's office.
Okay, so the last time we were here about this, and I no disrespect, Harold, or the engineers, but we were told at the end of the day, the decision sits with us because we're the council. So you give your suggestions, you give your advice based on your information that you have. And then we can decide what we want to do based on what we're seeing, right? And in this case, I think we need to move forward with, I don't know if there's speed bumps, the little bumps, rumble strip, I don't know what it is, but we need to do something. I would prefer speed bumps. But so this is one case where I understand that they're the subject matter expert, but we've been in this spot before. And I can tell you, I get more thank yous for that stop sign at Vineyard Parkway than anything else I've ever done.
And if you don't have an engineer's warrant to justify that stop sign, when somebody runs that stop sign, they will end up suing the city because you've lost your design immunity.
Okay, so then that's okay. We can reduce the guidelines to 25 miles per hour and, on speed bumps, because she just said we can change the guidelines ourselves if we want to.
I think what she said was that the authority rests with the city engineer.
City engineers.
Yeah, so here's the thing is I want to make a motion to install speed bumps and/or the next best thing based on resident feedback. That's what I want to do. Because we've been here for years and no one does anything. And these are our tax-paying residents that have to deal with it day in, day out. And they should be our first thought when we're doing something. And I don't want to hear, like, you said a word that kind of set me off, the budget. We have money for everything else. Everything else. The things that directly impact our residents should be top of the budget before anything. Because this is their tax dollars. This is their money. And it's just like, I can't believe that would be a factor on a $3,500 item. But so I want to make a motion to find.
Hold on just a moment. I'm sorry. We had two other lights go on,
Okay.
Vice Mayor's and Harold's.
I do want to say that I did catch the budget part. That was a little bothersome at the end, but the thing I'd like to see, is it possible for us to come back? Because I would like to see this street improved in addition to, I think Councilmember Maloney was onto something, and I think that would alleviate any type of additional liabilities. Can we bring this back expeditiously? It's horrible to hear that this has been going on for 13 years. Yeah. And I'm not attacking any staff members right now. This existed before many of you have worked here. But is it possible that we can expeditiously bring this back? And I would love to see what timeline we can do within the next few months, not years. But can we bring this back to do some things before you make your motion? Let me just ask this question to you before maybe it'll be add-on. But to one, costs associated with improvement, beautification and improvement to include the sidewalks, to improve that street, to bring it a little bit sooner over some of our other projects that we have. And then addition, to come back with the policy, because we just established that we wouldn't violate a policy, but it's the standard, engineering standard. So what is the process for us to modify the standard, so that we can modify the standard, and then also bring back the time frame to, if council decides at that meeting to add the speed bumps on that, whatever you call them, humps, bumps, rumble strips. I'm for them. I'm a yes already, if that's what the motion would be. But I would like for us to make sure, I would like for us to make sure that if it's a liability concern, I don't want to say forget it, because I'm always pro protection too of our residents' money for lawsuits. And so I would like for us to make sure that that street is well taken care of and not just putting again another Band-Aid on it. So is that a possibility to do something like that? And if so, I'd like to ask staff, how soon could they reasonably bring this back, that we're not looking another 13 years to remedy this solution?
Yeah. And so I first want to say that this is actually, my real first time looking at this particular issue. So I understand the frustration that you guys are going through. What my goal is to get the council what they want, and to ensure that you're bulletproof and safe in that process. And so as I talk about modeling, as I talk about looking at, this is a dynamic situation, what I would prefer to do is to have this go back to the staff, come back, if it is a policy issue, we adjust it, tweak it, so you can get the speed bumps that you want, or if we find a creative way to model it to get the speed bumps that you want. It's very clear what you want to happen. Now, what my goal, along with staff, is to find a way to get you there without creating any additional liability. And so we can look at all the different possibilities that there are and bring this back to you, that you can have something that accomplishes your overall goals. And certainly, I agree with you, Councilmember, regarding there isn't a budgetary issue when it comes to safety. And you're right, there is ample resources to be able to to do this project. The only thing that I'm concerned about is making sure that we do it and the city's covered in the final results. And so I would appreciate the opportunity to go back with staff and to do some modeling and then come back with you within the next 90 days with some sort of a process to get you, we can examine all the different aspects. We can also look at, we can tell you what the time frame would be for a longer CIP for sidewalks and so on, but we can really do a thorough look at this process. But the goal would be to come back within 90 days with a solution to the traffic speed bump related issues.
I have one question. We were always told that sidewalks are done when development happens. Why did that house on Lone Oak not have the requirement of getting the sidewalks done when it got built?
Not quite sure I know which property you're looking at, but a great example is the Orchard Grove subdivision.
I'm sorry?
The Orchard Grove subdivision as a whole.
No, it's right on, when you come off Caper, you make a left, the new, beautiful home right on the right side. No sidewalks, just that wood fence.
Got it. I would say that particular home, when it was built, it probably did not have sidewalk to connect to. So it would be alone, it would have sidewalk, but again, then there's just no sidewalk to connect to at that point.
But I guess the question would be though, did the homeowner pay for the sidewalk, a deposit or something like that? That's going to be ultimately, when it's built out, connected. So that might be one of the things that happened there. But you're right. It's odd that a new house would be built without there being a sidewalk requirement. So we'll check that out to see if there's a deposit they paid for that we're waiting for a larger, sidewalk build that's cheaper to do in one fell swoop versus individually tying in sections.
So I'm going to jump in and say, Harold, thank you. I think the idea of getting us where we need to be and doing it in a timely manner is definitely, I think, a priority for the entire council. You've seen that here tonight. We don't want to wait another 13 years or even 1 year for that matter. But I appreciate you also watching out for the litigation potential if we're not doing this correctly. And I say that because it sounds like you do understand what our priority is here. And I appreciate that you're willing to work with us on this. And so, again, we recognize that you're all the experts here. We are listening to residents here as well because they do not want to be advocating for 13 years. They don't want to have to be spending their time emailing us, calling us, waiting in council meetings for their chance to speak for this many years. So if they're doing it, there is an actual problem here for us to solve. And so if we are the ones that are going to be able to do that by working through Harold to get policy changed, whatever it is, understanding your part of this is incredibly important, and your input will be really critical here. But understanding that they didn't make this up, so we have to figure this out. So, with that, is there a motion, or is there any more? Are there questions?
What you said.
Well, I think it was changed by Harold, so I don't kind of come back, and so I said one thing, but I guess I can make the motion. Harold, can you read? Go ahead, Katie.
I was just going to note, this is actually agendized as an informational report, and so it wasn't actually agendized for council action tonight. What I've heard Harold say is that he has a clear understanding of the council's concerns here, and without formal direction, is willing to go back to staff and work with them to return to you sometime in the future.
I think I would like to see this as a future agenda item so that we can put a timeline and some criteria around it.
Yeah, I'll do a future agenda item request when it comes up.
Does that work?
So there's two ways to get something on the agenda. You can do a future agenda item request, or I can put it on the agenda. And so what I can certainly do now is I can make sure that we add this to our 90-day calendar to make sure that you know that it's earmarked for 90 days no later than 90 days from today for us to come back with this. And we can certainly do the future agenda if you'd like, but I can move this forward right now by adding.
The only reason, and I completely trust you on that, Harold, the only reason I'm suggesting the future agenda item is because I want anyone who is watching the meeting or reading the minutes to know that we're also committing, this council is committing and staff is committing. Thank you. So with that, is there a motion? Or there isn't a motion, it's informational.
But I just want to add something. I wanted to just say this in this space. I recognize and I appreciate, Harold, that you give us because we always want to hear from our city manager more direction and more insight. So I appreciate you giving us that feedback. But I do want to acknowledge that I speak for me, know that we have some dynamic licensed professionals. And me being a person here who was elected, I do not question their ability. I've seen Andrew all the way out far going to conferences and sharpening her skills that she already is dynamic at. And I'm so appreciative. And I'm sorry you were attacked tonight because I think you did a phenomenal job in your presentation. I think you do a phenomenal job for the city of Brentwood. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank Alan for stepping in. As you all, as I've already said, if I've had issues with traffic before. In and out is horrible over there. The traffic over by Wendy's and Starbucks in my district, it is horrible over there. And there's some other areas of congestion and how people were treated. So none of the comments I echo the mayor's sentiment that we do appreciate everybody's expertise. But also just as a little, and they weren't here
when this started.
But just a little background on why we're frustrated, because I think, Harold, you don't know this. We're frustrated because several times when it came to these type of things, it was dragged along, not by this set of staff, but there were people in places that dragged it along. And we were not given information that we felt we needed to make a decision. Additionally, for example, future agenda item requests, I think we've had the interaction with you to know that if you say you're going to bring it back in 90 days, you will. The public hasn't had that interaction with you, but previously they've had things where it was said to be brought back and it wasn't brought back. And so if I do bring a future agenda item request, it is in no way meaning that I do not believe you would bring it back in 90 days. I know you absolutely will. It would be in respect to making sure that they feel heard, seen, and that they know the timeline that is going to actually come back in.
And I think the other thing is we've sat here and when we asked about data and guidelines, we were told to our face, I got books and books in my office. I'm not going to show them to you. That's what was said to my face. So again, it's not against you guys, but that's what was told. People didn't want us to have any information. And we've been put through the ringer. So I hope you guys understand that too.
And again, that was a former staff member, not a current one.
It was not you guys, not you guys. He is gone. But yeah, that's what I got books and books. And no, you cannot come to my office and see them.
So if I can I just want to make one more statement and then I will go silent. What I tell staff is, this is the location where all 5 of you are together and the discussion's supposed to happen. So we are not offended. We are taking in the information because this is how the process works. You're now all here together to be able to share your ideas. It's a pretty clear signal that you've been working on this for a long time. And I've been very pleased with Alan and Anju in that. So I think that we can get there. We've got a very clear understanding of what you're looking for, and we'll be creative, and we'll get something that we can defend that meets your overall goals and objectives.
Thank you, Harold. And thank you again, Alan and Angie, for this long and really helpful conversation, because this does feel like we've gotten further tonight than I think any conversation I've seen on this topic. So thank you on that. I will also say that I had a request, and I'm sorry, staff, I had a request to hold off item H4, the focus zoning code update direction on alcohol sales, to another meeting. And I am curious what others are thinking about that, because we've had a really long conversation and several pretty intense items. So would love a little feedback here.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
All right. So apologies for that, Jennifer. But we are going to push that one out there. I don't believe there's anything urgent on that item. Okay. So we are now going to move into, actually we're going to move into informationals. I believe that's where we are. Yes. Okay. So we will start with Councilmember Orlemans.
Informational report since last council meeting on the 27th. Attended the Agricultural Enterprise Committee in the audience. First time since I have been off the board. Great meeting. A lot of things got accomplished. Tri-Delta Transit Agenda Review. Congressman DeSaulnier visit for the transportation here in Brentwood with Tri-Delta Transit. The John Muir Historic Trust Board meeting. Just a little bit out of that, the board has opted to have a much longer meeting to set future goals so that they can figure out how to get the process moving of putting that building together. So that's supposed to take place end of March, beginning of April. East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy Board meeting, agenda review, and then the closed session earlier this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Maloney.
Since our last meeting, I attended the Agriculture Enterprise Committee meeting, which went excellent. I attended also the Besties Bash hosted by the Downtown Brentwood Coalition meeting. It was great. Well thought out event hosted by all the businesses downtown as well as some the restaurants. It was great. Thank you all for whomever that put that together. I also had a meeting with a constituent regarding the Debbie Committee. Myself and Mayor Susanna Meyer had our Parks and Rec and Arts Commission applicant interviews. Thank you to all who applied for the commissions. Happy that we were able to move some of the applicants forward. Thank you to all who applied. And a part of that, I really want to give a huge shout out to our Parks and Rec department, Elaine, Lindsay, and Ari. Your organizational and planning skills are superb. You guys are amazing. I attended also the grand opening for Face Foundry. Looking forward to seeing them thrive. I also had a meeting with the governmental affairs representative for the Bay Area Host Committee. I also had a meeting with Center Cal Management at the Streets of Brentwood. I'm really excited for the construction to be complete there at the patio and to see their vision evolve in our community. I also attended the A Place of Learning Gala, which is an amazing nonprofit that helps our local community with after-school programming by ensuring there are available tutors and services, especially for anyone that's unable to access services. Thank you to Trisha Picaro for putting an amazing event together, and thank you very much to Laura Ceja on running this organization. I also met with a member of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce to talk about future ribbon cuttings. And lastly, I attended the Debbie Committee with Vice Mayor Pearson, where we recommended the anti-racial and hate discrimination policy gladly to the full City Council. And I also want to thank all of our community members for your engagement. Bear with us when we do have to change some of the committee appointment times. Me personally, I'm balancing my full-time job, my family obligations, along with serving my community, which is an honor for me, but every now and then I have to tweak some of that time. So thank you all for your patience.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. Since the last time we met, I attended the Bestie Bash in downtown Brentwood, the grand opening for the Face Foundry. I attended the Garbage Zoom. Thank you, Casey, for that. Watched the interviews for Park and Rec and Art Commission. Watched the Debbie Committee. Attended the Place of Learning fundraiser. Attended a fundraiser for, and I can't remember their names, but it's for kids who are homeschooled to raise money for them to be able to do sports. And attended, went to the LUD committee meeting, and I think that is it.
Thank you, and Vice Mayor.
Oh, so thank you for the opportunity. Since our last meeting, I haven't been able to do much because of my medical condition, but I did attend the LUD meeting, the Debbie meeting, and I've been doing a bunch of virtual meetings to get prepared for Juneteenth.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I attended the Ag Enterprise meeting, which included presentations from Hija del Campo, Harvest Time, and CC Wine Growers. The Face Foundry grand opening at the Streets of Brentwood, I agree. I think they're going to do incredibly well there. Had a planning meeting with the Tri-Delta staff. Had the Community Day of Service planning meeting. Please save the date for April 18th, by the way. That will be coming out soon, information about the Community Day of Service. But in the meantime, I want to make sure everybody's saving that date. Would like to really thank staff who's been supporting it, and also, again, Amy Tilley and Julie Deck. Attended the SB 1383 Town Hall. Casey, I would have to agree. I think you, and I can't remember, what's his name? John? Yeah, did a great job. I really appreciated the responsiveness to the questions that were asked live, the ones that were submitted ahead of time. I feel like you didn't skirt anything that was a little more challenging to answer, and it gave me as a resident a little bit more hope that maybe this will actually work the way we all want it to, because it was intimidating. It's a hard thing to just kind of come out of nowhere and get into. So I truly appreciated the way you and John ran that meeting and were so responsive to residents on it. There will be continued questions on that, but can you briefly pop in and tell people where they can find that recording of the meeting?
Sure, that recording is on our website, so there should be a link to it on the front page that has the big banner, so you can get through there or through the Public Works page itself.
Thank you. Also met with, along with Councilmember Orlemans, Tri-Delta Transit and Congressman Mark DeSaulnier and staff and PD to discuss the Park and Ride Site Innovation Center and Brentwood transportation needs, the Parks and Rec and Arts Commission candidate interviews, and we did, Councilmember Maloney and I did have some incredibly good candidates, and we were pretty happy about who we were able to move forward, and really would like to encourage people to stay engaged, and that's a great way to do it. I watched the LUD meeting, attended the East County All-Stars fundraiser event, and I want to end by saying I also watched the Debbie meeting, and I would like to very specifically and personally thank Vice Mayor Pearson and Councilmember Maloney for moving forward with work that makes every resident of Brentwood feel welcome and represented, and make our city that much better because we are more culturally diverse and richer for it. So just want to make sure that everyone knows how we as a council feel about this. We all support this committee. We all feel really good about the fact that our city represents diversity the way our residents do. And moving forward, I'm very excited to support that committee moving forward. And then Harold, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, actually, at the end of our last meeting, closed session, I met with the council and discussed my last 100 days in office and provided them with a top 10 list for every department that I'm working with. Also, I attended last week the League of California Cities, the City Managers Department, which is a great meeting because it's like 400 city managers, and all we do is whine about how things are. So it's actually great to be able to have feedback. And then I met with the mayor, also Councilman Orleman, the Tri-Delta Park and Ride. We also met with the congressman. We did a quick tour of some of the area of the Tech Innovation Center, and we really got some great insight for him on how to target federal funding and different projects. I met with the police chief and the Brentwood police dispatch team. I think it was very important that what I learned when I first came on board is how the city used to be a part of the Antioch dispatch program, and the city separated that. It's a very valuable asset, and it's very important that we continue to make it as productive as possible. And this is one of the chief's top 10 things to make sure that we get the resources and we keep it as a great program as it is today. Then also I met with the Park and Recreation Department. They are working on America 250 planning activity celebration. So I'll have them come and present something to the council within the next 30 days.
Thank you very much. Moving into requests for future agenda items. These are new requests.
I have a couple. So thank you, Sue Harper. I'd like to bring an agenda for the Traffic Task Force. That's my first one. And then the second one, I want to understand the encroachment permit process. And there is a way for, I think, the applicant to pull that item. And I want to figure out how, do we need to do anything else from a council perspective? Do we need that ability as well? So I just want to understand the process and where we can go from there. And I also think we need a council and city process on with fundraisers and things like that, I just it was a little confusing last time when we did it. So I just want to understand who pays for what, because we've always paid for them ourselves, but then we had, it come up last time about something different. And I think it'll make it easier on staff too if we just have a policy for all of those kind of fundraisers. And are we paying for them or are we not paying for them?
attending fundraising events or?
Yes, like if the city's going to pay for our dinners and our fund, our ticket to the fundraiser, I think we need a policy and a process.
Councilmember, can you also clarify in your enrichment permit process, are you talking about a specific project or just in general?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about the county building,
Yeah.
right? But I don't understand, even understand what an encroachment permit is. So I want to understand exactly what it is, what the criteria is for approval. And then the applicant can appeal the decision, but the council can't, so why not? Like, I just want to understand that a little bit more.
Okay. Is that clear to staff?
And then I have the future agenda item that Harold said we can bring back in 90 days to give us an update on amending our engineering standards.
Okay, and then moving into, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. Okay. Requested future agenda item. Councilmember Mendoza, if you could introduce your item regarding autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, I just think we probably need to decide as a city what the goal is for these and if we want to move forward with autonomous vehicles. I did call San Ramon and talk to some people there so we can talk about that more in discussion. But, I was a little bit taken aback that we've been spending staff time and money for the last 2 years on something that we might not even want as a city. So I think we just need direction before we start moving forward on anything like Waymo or, the DoorDash or the Uber Eats or, little robots. So that was it for me.
Any questions for Councilmember Mendoza? Okay, opening up public comments on this item.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item, or if the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I have no cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any discussion on council?
I think from my perspective, I'd like to see more thorough and comprehensive analysis before we'd even entertain something like that.
And I will say I've seen, ever since we had that item, it's been discussed widely on social media platforms, and a lot of people are very concerned of what the impacts would be for that. So I do think this is an important topic for us to discuss.
If I can just maybe take a look at the benefits, if there are any, of getting the city mapped out for any future growth of any of the autonomous vehicles, Waymo or anybody else coming out, and having that part of the report so that we're understanding the full process as opposed to just the why nots. Let's look at what the possibilities could be, how they could benefit us, so we're making an informed decision.
So with that, is there a motion?
So I'll make a motion to spend staff time and money on coming back with an agenda item on what exactly autonomous vehicles are, what's the impacts of the city, what could it provide positive and negatives for the future, and is there any benefit, what's the residents' perspective too, because we should take them into account as well.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And the item moves forward. Before I ask for a motion for adjournment, I would like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Daphne Muse, a Brentwood resident and a friend. She, you should actually search her name if you can do that. Daphne Muse is her name. She was an amazing lady who made history, left a legacy behind, worked on African-American communications for decades, like actual physical copies of letters and love letters and policy letters and documents of all kinds, and was very well known, not just in California, across the country, for the work that she had done. She did interviews all over the place. She was a very special lady, and she passed away over the weekend, and so I think she's going to be incredibly missed. I did recommend her months ago when I found out that she had stage 4 cancer for Woman of the Year from Senator Cabaldon. So if anyone has connections there and can reach out to Senator Cabaldon and advocate for that, I think it would be a beautiful thing to do. Her family came in to help her passing be a little bit easier, and so she'd be surrounded by love. And so I would love to see them see that kind of recognition for her. I would also like to say in advance that I'd like to recognize Daphne for Women's History Month, and hope that her family is able to come and join us and receive that recognition, because again, I can't explain what an inspiration Daphne was to so many, and how she brought history forward in a way that was just all about equity and justice, and the connections that she made. I think the people that knew her are gonna feel this loss for a long time. So if I could have an
And Madam
adjournment.
Mayor, can I add to that?
Yeah.
I think her name would shine brightly in addition to the recognition of Reverend Jesse Jackson, who we just lost towards the end of Black History Month. So I'd like to add that in memory too. And I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Can we have a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.